Tonight, we have 7 league fights for you in Newcastle, England. Simeon Powell, Muhammad Amin squaring off in a feature main event. Dakota Ditcheva still undefeated, taking on a tough test and Malin Hermansen. And of course, more light heavyweight and women's flyweight action, all leading up to that co-main and main event. Sean O'Connell right here with Stefan Struve, the skyscraper. Dan Hardy, the outlaw. What a moment in the sport of mixed martial arts. The first time ever that a regional league in the Professional Fighters League offers opportunities to participate in a real sports format. Regular season, playoffs, and a championship. Stefan Struve, you're a European fighter. You know how hard it's been to get these opportunities for European fighters. What does the PFL being here mean to this scene?
Yeah, it's huge for these fighters that PFL has come to Europe. Huge opportunity. You know your schedule. If you need more motivation to winning your fight in the cage, you know the grand prize in the end of the year. So this is a huge opportunity for these pros who are still very young in their careers.
$100,000 to the champion at the end of the year. Dan Hardy, not only an analyst on the desk tonight, president of fighter operations for PFL Europe, so you're going to have your hands all over what this season shapes up to be.
Absolutely. It's my job to find the talent, bring it to the PFL, get it signed, and then we organize the matchups, get them to fight off amongst themselves until we crown the champion. That $100 prize then gives them access to much bigger things, as you know.
Look, I'm anticipating an incredible night here in Newcastle, England, the northernmost of England's great cities. But it's not just about tonight in the PFL Europe. It's not a one-off event because this is a season. The regular season continues July 8th in Berlin, Germany. And then the playoffs will take place in Paris, September 30th. Dublin, Ireland plays host to the championship coming up on December 8th. Incredible. A full season, 4 great European cities. I'm very happy that I get to be here for all of them. I made sure I weaseled my way into PFL Europe. But it's not just about league action here. We're going to whet the appetite for the fight fans with some showcase bouts as well here in Newcastle. Some locals squaring off in important and very interesting action in showcase bouts. Not necessarily part of the season, not necessarily in the light heavyweight division or in the women's flyweight division. You got Oscar Owensworth, you got Louis Scott, Lewis Monarch. We're going to start with some great action. And actually, we have a 4th member of our broadcast team. Wade Plem is here from DAZN Crew. He's backstage to talk about a featured showcase bout. Wade, let me send it to you.
That is right, Sean. I am backstage in the bowels of this arena to talk to you about the lifeblood of European MMA, and that is taking the face of Lewis McGrillen. A lot of people here to see this young man tonight, and I say a lot, I mean 500 in the house to see him because he's a wild man. He is an enigma. He's a man that has come to this arena to prove a point. And I keep using that word man for a reason because his opponent, Sally Kulikan, says he's not a man. He's a kid. He's a small, young boy, and he's not on the level of a true mixed martial artist yet. There's points to be proven here from McGrillen. He's 6-0, 6 KOs, 5 of those in the first round, and Kulikan's saying, nope, not tonight. Back to you, Sean. This is going to be a fun one.
Thank you, Wade. We'll be checking in with Wade Plem throughout the night for some backstage updates. Up first, let's get these fights going in our inaugural PFL Europe event. Lewis Monarch and Oscar Owensworth, 2 British fighters squaring off at 155 pounds.
Making his way to the cage, fighting out of the blue corner, Oscar Owensworth.
Oscar Owensworth here. 4 of his 6 wins are finishes, knockouts mostly. He's on a 3-fight win streak. A former cage steel lightweight champion, taking the step up to a larger promotion to prove himself.
He's got some experience in his corner as well. You see the Cheesecake Assassin, Danny Mitchell behind him. This guy is just all day, every day, driving from one session to the next. He's an excellent striker. You'll see a very twitchy hip. He's going to be throwing lots of right kicks, lots of power in his right leg. Be watching out for that.
Making his way towards the cage, Lewis Monarch.
You know, we like to call fighters finishers, and it's not true of everyone. But this man, if he's winning, he's finishing. 7 knockouts, 5 submissions, and he doesn't take long. 11 of his 12 wins have come in the very first round.
We've got a variety of submissions as well. Triangles, kimuras, arm bars, heel hooks. If you hit the floor with this guy, you're in trouble. And Monarch's been fighting up 2 weight classes as well, and he's been picking up wins over much bigger guys.
Let's take a look at our tail of the tape for this first bout of the evening. Lewis Monarch is 1 year older. Oscar Owensworth, the taller fighter at 6 feet 1 inch. Lewis Monarch did miss the lightweight limit. He weighed in at 157 pounds. You can see, as you might guess, the taller fighter with a reach advantage in both arms and legs. Dan Hardy, give me some keys to victory for these fighters.
Okay, so for Oscar Owensworth, he needs to use his feints to hide his attack. He's got very good right kicks. That's another thing we need to see him using. And if this fight hits the floor, triangles in scrambles, he's got really, really tricky submissions. With Monarch, he's got to set up his strikes with takedowns. He's also got to stay in top position and chain his submissions together.
There are those keys to victory. You can see Lewis Monarch in the red, Oscar Owensworth in the blue, gray trunks for Owensworth, green for Lewis Monarch. And the venerable Andy Shepard serves as voice for PFL Europe. We send it to him.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome everyone to the Virtue Motors Arena here in Newcastle. Welcome to all of our viewers watching around the world for this historic night, the launch of PFL Europe. The action gets underway with a showcase lightweight bout. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a striking specialist and stands 6 feet 1 tall. He weighed in officially at 155.7 pounds and holds a record of 6 victories and 3 defeats. Fighting out of Sheffield, England, the Ginger Fury, Oscar Owensworth. And his opponent, he is an MMA specialist that stands 5 feet 10 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 157 pounds in 18 professional contests. He has amassed a record of 12 wins and 6 defeats. Fighting out of Sunderland, England, Lewis Monarch. Your referee in charge, Sam Amini.
Referee is equipped with our ref cam tonight. He'll take us up close inside the action if we think that's a good idea. As I mentioned before, Monarch in the green trunks, Oscar Owensworth in the primarily gray. Sean O'Connell, Dan Hardy, Stefan Struve, cage side. This is the first ever fight in PFL Europe and an exchange of jabs to open the action.
And look at this, Lewis Monarch straight away trying to take the kicking range away from his opponent, push him back up against the fence. I expect a level change very soon behind these strikes that Monarch's throwing.
Stefan Struve, I promise not to do this to you every time there's a reach disparity, but for the taller, longer fighter, what's the key?
Keep your back off the fence. He doesn't like to get pressured, but his opponent's doing a great job so far. Level change into a single. Let's see. Great defense into a body lock. Let's see if he can take his opponent to the ground.
That was good takedown defense early from Owensworth. You can see Lewis Monarch with the leg trapped here, landing some shots. I expect him to keep chaining these takedowns together, trying to get the fight to the floor.
Use that little Uchimata as well.
Good head position, nice knee there from Lewis Monarch's got to be careful in the clinch though. Owensworth is an excellent Muay Thai fighter.
He's got that body lock, but he's gonna have to drag him off the cage explosively if he wants to do something with it. Because the taller fighters using the cage very smart so far.
Nice heavy overhook here for Oscar Owensworth. We'll see if he pummels in, gets his own back off the cage.
Tried for a guillotine, but good defense there.
I like this hustle in the clinch from Monarch. Keep looking for these knees to the midsection. Nice return there from Owensworth. And now we have some space. Got to watch for that check hook from Monarch. It's found its target.
Good leg kick there from Monarch. Answered by Owensworth.
And Oscar Owensworth just found out what happens when you throw a naked leg kick. Monarch just plowed a right hand straight down the middle.
And you can just feel this pressure from Monarch. You can feel how uncomfortable Owensworth is with this restricted space that he's got.
Yeah, he's constantly in his
He's like right inside his striking range, forcing him to work.
So there's no relaxing really for Owensworth so far. That's really hard, especially when you're the taller fighter. You're leaning backwards constantly. You're waiting for your opponent to attack. Very difficult to deal with. He's got to get that jab going. Maybe work from kicking range. Throw some front kicks.
I think we're going to see another level change here from Monarch in a minute. Oh, that was a beautiful combination.
And then a Superman punch with the kick off the cage for Owensworth. Both men displaying some skill halfway through round number one.
Nice, there's that left hook again. Oh, and again. He's
Owensworth looking to go down to the body of Monarch. Head kick blocked.
See how that range was? He just took away the head kick from him. He was just too close to him.
Owensworth is showing him the kicks, but he's not putting any power in him. When your opponent's feeling that, you can just walk through them, and you know it gets really dangerous for you.
You've also got to notice that Monarch keeps throwing hard low kicks after his punching combinations. He's going to start slowing his opponent's movement down. Now we see another level change. See if he can finish here. Again, good takedown defense from Owensworth so far.
So far, he hasn't been really able to close his hands to go to work.
Under 90 seconds now in this first round. Lewis Monarch pressing Oscar Owensworth against the cage. Throws a left hook up from the clinch.
He's doing a really good job with the head positioning.
Monarch looking for the outside shot. Gets it, but good balance from Owensworth.
He got the leg, but he lost the hand grip. Couldn't finish the takedown. And Owensworth got back up to his feet.
That was a good body shot.
Keep chopping.
Owensworth needs to believe more in his striking. He's hesitant. He's throwing, but he's got no power in there. He needs to have Monarch feel that power to keep him at range. Nice combination there.
I feel like Owensworth was able to get some respect from that body shot he landed. It's almost like Monarch stopped pushing forward for the first time this round, and now we can see Owensworth starting to land some shots of his own with a bit more composure.
Now Owensworth advancing. Tests another head kick.
And there's the body shot again.
Yeah, beautiful follow-up with the leg kick.
Switching of the stance there for Owensworth. Monarch makes him pay for it. Final few seconds of this first round, and they'll swing away till the bell. First round gone. Dan Hardy, I'd say a successful start to PFL Europe.
I love it.
Nice back and forth from both guys.
Anthony Joshua versus Jermaine Franklin. A British heavyweight icon returns to the ring next Saturday. It's Anthony Joshua and New Dawn against Jermaine Franklin. Watch exclusively live as part of your DAZN subscription. No pay-per-view.
Nice shot to the midsection there, but followed with a low kick, a left hook and a low kick. Monarch did a really good job of pushing his opponents around for that first round, but Owensworth can't be counted countered out. He started to land some good shots to the body. I think he got Monarch's respect at the end of that round. We might see a very, very different looking second round if Monarch can't maintain that pressure.
As you both know, one of the difficult things about setting a pace like Lewis Monarch did at the beginning of this fight, you better be able to maintain it.
Absolutely. And Owensworth he's not going away. He's in great condition. You can see that. He's been chipping away to the body and the legs. His work might start to pay dividends in these next 2 rounds.
This is what he needs to do more. Powerful kicks. Monarch can't reach him like there.
That was a good check for that calf kick. Heard his shin bounce off his kneecap there. Good pressure from Monarch without really doing too much, but certainly Owensworth feels more comfortable in this round. He's got a bit more space as well to work.
An exchange of hooks there, both landed. It was Owensworth that followed up with the kick. He's building confidence, Stefan Struve, in his striking like you told him to.
It's really difficult from the start when you fight a smaller, athletic opponent that's coming in really fast, especially in that first round. But once you survive that first round and you establish your range, as he's doing right here, you get going and you grow in the fight. Great to see.
Switching stances a couple times. Do you like the strategy there?
I love it when he switches stance, and one of the reasons why he does that is to open up a new tool set. He's got different weapons from different sides when he switches his stance. He's got a very long stabbing front kick to the midsection, and I do feel like Monarch is being slowed down with these body shots. Oh, and another one there.
Monarch threw an overhand right, though. More work on that lead leg for Owensworth. And this time stays outside the range of Monarch. He's got a much better sense, Owensworth does, of the spacing now here in the second round.
We're starting to see Monarch now catch and counter. He's now no longer going first. He's holding back, waiting for his opponent to strike and then countering.
Groin shot, it looks like. Inside leg kick might have snuck a little bit north. Incidental contact.
We're good? Try and keep a tight back in. We're good to go? Try and keep a tight back in. Let's go. Keep it clean.
A quick return to action and a touch of the gloves here.
Monarch wants to maintain this pace.
Monarch is slowing down. He used a lot of energy in the first round, and then those leg kicks are starting to add up. It's very difficult to keep that pressure on someone when they're landing those leg kicks again and again and again. Nice knee there.
I tell you what, Monarch is still landing meaningful punches here, but Owensworth is ignoring them.
Right. He keeps getting caught with that right hand and that check left hook, but he does seem unfazed by it.
Nice jab from Monarch. He's landed that about 4 times in this round, but Owensworth continues moving at his pace now. Halfway through round number 2.
Definitely a busier work rate from Owensworth this round. 29 low kicks so far.
He's got his jab range. It's such a big difference with that first round. He's able to fight way more relaxed instead of constantly having the pressure from Monarch on him. Nice combination there.
I think the volume might be stealing this round for Owensworth. The way that he's working here, he's getting caught with a few shots, but the work rate is considerably different in this round compared to the first.
Sometimes you can fool a referee to not caring about the strikes you're eating. If you just keep plodding forward, you keep moving, you don't let the head snap back, and every time Owensworth gets hit, he just appears to be unfazed by it. Monarch continues to put in the work, still chasing. But you're right, Dan. Significant volume uptick here from Owensworth in the second frame.
And we've seen no takedown attempts from Monarch this time around. Perhaps he's decided that it was too much of a waste of energy, given the fact that he failed 3 times in the first. Oh.
Twice upstairs there from Owensworth. Good hook from Monarch, backed up Owensworth temporarily. Take a listen inside the blue corner of Oscar Owensworth. And you can hear the corner there, Dan, calling for more volume. Says now, attack, attack, attack. And he did with that traveling knee.
The Owensworth corner are very confident that Lewis Monarch is starting to get tired. And I don't know whether it's fatigue or whether it's these consistent body shots and knees. There it is again, that left hook to the body.
And maybe the best right hand of the fight. 2 in a row now for Owensworth.
Beautiful right hands.
Now he's backtracking. Lovely move though. Lovely slip and counter. Oh,
And another one from Monarch. Back and forth we go in the first ever PFL Europe bout.
what a fight this is.
What a way to start the event, guys.
Oh, and again with the right hand, just missed that time.
Beautiful work in round number 2 for both fighters. The King is coming home. Canelo heads home to Mexico to defend his super middleweight titles against the dangerous Brit John Ryder. That's May 6th, live on DAZN and DAZN pay-per-view. Stefan Struve, walk me through this replay.
Yeah, beautiful right there from Owensworth. And you see that Monarch is really slowing down. Owensworth has established his range, found a rhythm in the second round. He's looking much, much better than the first round where we just constantly dealing with the pressure. Beautiful right hand there. Great round for Owensworth.
So probably a round apiece going into this third frame.
It's looking that way. It might be all to play for in this last 5 minutes. And the question is, which one's fresher? Only one is bouncing on his toes in the corner. But Lewis Monarch is a veteran with 18 fights. He's not going to go away easily.
Monarch in the green trunks, Oscar Owensworth in the gray. Sprinting to the center. They start the third like they started the first with an exchange of jabs.
That was a good body kick, but I expect Monarch to try and take this fight to the floor again this round. Now he knows he's only 5 minutes left to play with. He's pressuring into the fence again.
And the possibilities for takedowns will come again if he starts walking him down again, because he needs to get in the range of Owensworth. If he's going to do the same thing as in the second round, he's probably going to lose this fight. He needs to do what he did in the first round.
Already starting out better here in the third for Monarch. Crowding Oscar Owensworth's long range. Pressing in to eliminate the power and range on the kicks, but still measuring things. Nice movement, and then a 3-2 from Monarch.
Nice work, slip countering. Monarch said he was coming for the high kick. Those knees to the body are very effective. And that slip right hand that Monarch keeps landing is very nice. Starting to see some swelling under the eye of Owensworth here.
Incredible pace from both these guys.
Both guys came in incredible shape, despite the missed weight from Monarch.
Owensworth is starting to find his range again, his rhythm that he had in the second round. He's doing really well, and he's doing very well right now.
Dan Hardy, I don't need to state the obvious here, but if this is indicative of the level of undiscovered talent in PFL's European mixed martial arts scene, you have your job cut out for you as president of Fighter Operations.
Absolutely I do, and I love the fact that I've got my work cut out for me. Owensworth and Monarch are really good examples of the talent that we've got, and they are proving it right now. Beautiful right hand from Monarch, but he's backed him against the fence now.
Monarch's hurt to the body.
Beautiful knee.
Monarch is hurt to the body. He's trying to shell up with that left hand down. He's dropped his right elbow. Owensworth goes back to it.
Owensworth searching for that body again. That stab front kick's working well for him. The problem is you cover your head and your body's open. You cover your body and your head's open.
Mixing up really nicely.
Oh!
Monarch pulls Oscar Owensworth down to the mat. I'm not sure who wanted that takedown more.
Both of them are very tired.
Half a round to go, but Owensworth can't be complacent in the guard here. You can already see Lewis Monarch climbing his legs up.
Trying to spin underneath, looking for an arm, but Owensworth is doing very well, controlling him. He's going for a leg, it seems.
Did a good job there of getting his leg clear.
Monarch's got his feet on the hips And still trying to pull Owensworth back in. I think the referee reprimanded him for grabbing gloves there. Inside of 2 minutes in the third round, Owensworth just bowls Monarch over when Monarch tried to take down from his knees.
Half guard for Owensworth. Interesting to see what he's going to do on top here.
I think we're going to see Monarch swim this left arm inside in a moment, get that underhook and start working. He might look for a sweep here and finish the last 90 seconds of the fight in top position.
Take a look at this fight through RefCam, exclusive to the PFL and PFL Europe.
Owensworth's trying to pass. He used some good shoulder pressure, but Monarch has got some space now, trying to get his leg back in it.
Good frame across the face here from Owensworth. He's going to land some hammer fists here.
2-on-1 for Monarch. Trying for a Kimura, but Owensworth is recognizing it. He may use it to get back up, though. Spins back to guard.
Monarch trying to pull Owensworth back into his guard. He shoots again on a single. Beautiful sprawl there from Owensworth.
Owensworth's being smart here. He's not going back into the guard. I think he's got the fight in his pocket here. Round 2 and 3 were really good rounds from Owensworth when he established his range and his rhythm.
Monarch uses that underhook. Can he get all the way back up?
Interesting. He's got his legs. He's got his hands locked.
But does he have enough time? There's less than 20 seconds left in this first fight of the night. Monarch doggedly pursuing a takedown on principle, but Owensworth back to his feet. Right hand pummeling from Lewis Monarch all the way to the final bell. They'll swing. What a fight!
What a fight!
What a fight. PFL Europe 1 has arrived.
Oscar Owensworth thinks he's done enough. We'll go to the judges' scorecards. An incredible showcase from two lightweights who are not promised anything on showcase contracts other than an opportunity to do just that. Show Dan Hardy what you got.
And that is the kind of performance from both guys that gets them an invite back to PFL Europe. What a fantastic fight between both of these guys. Didn't want to give an inch, left it all in the cage.
PFL 1, woo, baby! Featherweights and light heavyweights kicking off next Saturday, April 1st in Las Vegas, Nevada. The featherweight world champion, Brendan Loughnane, headlines the card. He'll take on the legendary Marlon Moraes and look for his second PFL world championship. Here's our Cageonomics post-fight stats on DAZN. Lewis Monarch landed 100 even. Oscar Owensworth, with the uptick of production in the second and third round, was able to outland Monarch. And you can see only 1 of 5 takedown attempts successful. The leg strikes, man. Oscar Owensworth got to work on the kicks. And here's some replays.
Really nice work. Once he got a bit of space, Monarch was, of course, pressuring really early on, trying to get his opponent back to against the fence so he could set those takedowns up. But after the good takedown defense of Owensworth in the first round, we saw a striking battle in the second round, and Monarch was still not able to get the takedown all the way through the fight, which meant we got some amazing striking exchanges.
Shepard is inside the smart cage with an official decision.
After 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. The judges scored the contest 29-28 Owensworth, 29-28 Monarch, and 29-28 for your winner via split decision, the Ginger Fury, Oscar Owensworth.
Baby, I want it. In just one. Nice. Yeah.
off his first PFL win. Outstanding effort. Good adjustments between the first and second round. Owensworth and his camp understandably very pleased. Still another fight to come here on YouTube and DAZN. We got another showcase bout on deck. There's Lewis Lee Scott, undefeated so far in his young mixed martial arts career. And Sam Robinson, a long layoff, a forced layoff for Sam Robinson comes to an end tonight. Still to come, league action. PFL Europe, the women's flyweights and the men's light heavyweights at Virgin Motors Arena right here in Newcastle. Ditcheva Hermansen, Simeon Powell, Muhammad Amin. And when I say league action, this is what I mean. The Professional Fighters League is the only mixed martial arts organization with a true sports format, regular season playoffs, and a championship. Here in PFL Europe, 8 fighters per weight class, 4 different weight classes, 1 regular season fight apiece for our fighters. Winners will progress from the regular season into semifinal playoffs. Semifinal winners get an opportunity for a championship final where the prize is $100,000. Sean O'Connell here beside the smart cage with the skyscraper Stefan Struve. Dan Hardy, who's an analyst tonight, and he's also the president of fighter operations at PFL Europe. 1 fight in the books, and what a fight we just got.
Oh, what a start to the night, man. Both guys showcased their skills. Great first round for Monarch, and then Owensworth got going in the second and third round. And, man, great exchanges, and can't wait for the next fight to come.
And Dan, it highlights the reason we are here in PFL Europe. It's not just about win your fights and hope that somebody notices you. That has been previously the plan for fighters in a lot of different regions around the globe. But the PFL has developed a system, and Dan Hardy, as president of fighter operations in PFL Europe, gets to oversee some of that system, not just about winning the 100K, but about winning an opportunity potentially to participate in PFL Global, where the prize is $1 million and a beautiful gold belt. I got one of those at home. I love it. I still love it.
You know, it's a fantastic opportunity for European fighters. The problem has always been consistency and stability in this region. With the PFL Europe shows, I'm going to collect all the talent from around Europe. I'm going to bring it onto these shows, and we're going to see them battle it out so we can send to global the best European fighters that we've got. And I think we're going to send some formidable opponents over to the world-class fighters and PFL Global.
Well, everyone in league fights tonight, and let me show you the whole card. They've got designs on not only a position, but a championship eventually on the PFL Global season. Simeon Powell, Muhammad Amin, I've talked with both of those guys. I asked them both the question, do you think you compete with Rob Wilkinson? Do you think you can compete with some of the heavy hitters at light heavyweight? And they said yes. Dakota Ditcheva said the same thing for a brand new weight class in the women's flyweight division. Let's talk about Simeon Powell. He's undefeated. He's got all the tools. What's really in front of him tonight?
Well, an opportunity really to cement his position in the PFL. Of course, he's planning on winning 3 fights this year, picking up that $100,000, and then potentially moving over to Globals, where he's competing against the Rob Wilkinsons of the world-class fighters, the Thiago Santos. But you stand this guy next to any of these fighters in the light heavyweight division, and he is physically imposing. 6'5", long reach. He commands the space so well, and as you slip in those punches, that knee comes up the center line. He is a very, very dangerous individual, and we can't underestimate the rest of his game, which we haven't really seen too much so far.
And we might have to see that tonight, because if you want to kickbox against Muhammad Amin, that's his wheelhouse. That's his specialty. And you mentioned how tall and how long Simeon Powell is. Muhammad Amin, he's almost as tall, and he's almost as long. How does he play against Simeon Powell tonight?
Amin has transitioned from kickboxing, although he's still kickboxing too. He's got a kickboxing fight next month. He's got a lot of power, made a name for himself quickly on the European scene. He's got 5 wins, 4 knockouts. He's got a lot of power. I don't think Simeon Powell has ever faced anybody like him so far, so it's going to be a really interesting test, and he really may have to use the rest of his game, which we haven't really seen so far, as you just said.
The other interesting thing is we've seen the trash talk all week and we've seen the face-offs and stuff. Sometimes a guy like Simeon Powell, he can win before the fight starts, right? Because he's imposing and he gets in the head. Not the case with Muhammad Amin. That's our main event tonight. Now let's talk about the co-main event. Another undefeated prospect and a fast-rising Brit in Dakota Ditcheva. Just like Simeon Powell, incredibly talented striker. She's tall, she's long, she is vicious. Does she have a complete mixed martial arts game?
Well, this is what we're going to find out. Most of the time, people don't want to get too close to her because of her clinch work. She's got excellent knees in the clinch. She's got very good defensive footwork. But of course, her skill set is a long-range striking. She wants to keep her opponent on the end of her kicks so she can then set up her punches to knees, move through the striking ranges. But Milan Hermansen, of course, is going to try and take this fight to the floor if she's smart, because she don't want to be hanging out at too close a range with Dakota Ditcheva. If she can get the fight to the floor, she can test her ground game, and I think that's what she'll do.
Let's talk about Hermansen, right? This is a veteran of the game. She's seen a little bit more. She knows what it's like to lose. She knows what it's like to come back and try to recover. And she is very intent on derailing the hype train that follows Dakota Ditcheva.
Yes, sir. She needs to make this fight ugly. If she's just going to strike with Ditcheva, it's going to be a really hard night for her. She has won 3 split decisions, so she knows what it's like to be in a tough fight. She needs to wear on Ditcheva. She needs to tire out her arms, make her breathe heavy, make it an ugly fight, and try to drag her to the ground, put her weight on her. Yesterday we saw the weigh, and she looked physically very strong, so it's going to be really interesting to see how she's going to deal with that.
So those are feature bouts. Of course, we're in England, undefeated English fighters. They're going to take prime placement on the card. But let's take a look at the whole card again, because this is a season. This is PFL Europe, and it's not just about those 2 fighters. It's about the entire weight class, light heavyweights and women's flyweights. Dan Hardy, I know that there's somebody else who's caught your eye on this card.
Well, of course, all the shine is going towards the main and co-main event, but if you look down the rest of this card, there are contenders in both divisions that could potentially steal the show. Jacob Nedoa, he is a big, imposing, physical individual. If I'm looking for someone to beat these kickboxers, it's someone that can take them down and ground and pound them. And Nedo is that guy. He is very strong, very tall, very confident, physically well-conditioned. He can be an imposing character in this division, and he's somewhat flying under the radar. I think once he gets his hands on people, he's really going to show his strengths.
All right, well, Dan Hardy stole the light heavyweight, so I need for you to pick me a women's flyweight that's caught your eye.
Of course, for me, I can't wait to see my fellow countrywoman, Lizzie Gevers, in action tonight. She trains with Jemana Durandami, so you think she'd be a striker, but she's actually a really good judoka. So it's going to be really interesting to see how she matches up with all these fighters in this division, and she's used to dealing with Jemana Durandami chasing her down to the gym, so she's able to deal with that pressure, and she already got a win by armbar, win by rear naked choke, so very exciting fighter.
All right, some league action to look forward to. Make sure you freshened up your DAZN subscription so you can catch all the PFL Europe action. But right now, another showcase bout on deck. This will be contested at bantamweight between Louis Lee Scott and Sam Robinson.
Making his way to the cage, fighting out of the blue corner, Sam Robinson.
Sam Robinson's on a win streak, but it's been so long. He had so many injuries. Fights fall through, a global pandemic. Now he's back. After a promising start to his pro career, the former Machine MMA amateur bantamweight champion looks to step onto a big stage.
And the opponent fighting out of the red corner, Louis Lee Scott.
I mentioned before, Louis Lee Scott is undefeated. All 4 of his wins have come via stoppage. Cage steal Steel amateur bantamweight champion. He likes to get the job done quickly as well. 3 of his 4 wins are first-round finishes.
This is another fight that could steal the show right here. Both of these undefeated prospects, very excited.
Let's take a look at the tail of the tape. You can see the age difference. Louis Lee Scott, 23 years old. Sam Robinson, 7 years the senior. It's Louis Lee Scott, who is 3 inches taller, who weighed in slightly heavier. He's got the significant advantage, especially for a bantamweight, on the arm reach and the leg reach. Fighters in the cage, some keys to victory here, Dan.
Smart footwork from Louis Lee Scott. He's got to use his long-range strikes because Sam Robinson is going to try it. Close him down, body lock him, and take him to the floor where he can start looking for that arm triangle.
Andy Shepard gets it started.
The following contest is a showcase bout in the bantamweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a jiu-jitsu specialist and stands 5 feet 5 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 134.1 pounds. He holds an undefeated record of 2 victories and no defeats. Fighting out of Gateshead, England, Sam Robinson. And his opponent fighting out of the red corner. He is a striking specialist and stands 5 feet 8 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 135.5 pounds. He also holds an undefeated record consisting of 4 wins and not a single defeat. Fighting out of Leeds, England, Lightning Louis Lee Scott. Your referee in charge, Rich Mitchell.
There's our referee, once again equipped with the ref cam. Louis Lee Scott in the primarily yellow trunks. Sam Robinson in the gray. Touch of the gloves, and we are underway for a bantamweight showcase, and Sam Robinson immediately pressing forward. Louis Lee Scott says, no thank you.
Fast start from Robinson, clearly trying to close range down as fast as he can. I expect a level change here. Oh, left hook!
Another right.
What a knockout!
Louis Lee Scott sends Robinson to the shadow realm.
What a knockout! What a knockout! Beautifully timed. Of course, Robinson was charging in, trying to close range down. Louis Lee Scott backing up, check left hook, caught him clean, hurt him, and then set up that head kick beautifully.
Well, I told you Louis Lee Scott likes to get it done quickly. Now, 4 of his 5 pro wins have come inside the first frame. That one took all of 20 seconds.
Incredible, beautiful left hook. Followed that up with that left head kick. Oh man, what a finish. Robinson saying he's okay, but he clearly wasn't. Beautiful left hook here.
Just a little too eager to close range was Robinson. Nice right hand there, and then watch him create this space for this head kick. There it is,
oh, man.
Right on the cheekbone.
He was out.
That is a rude welcome back after a long layoff.
It doesn't get much cleaner than that with a head kick knockout.
That was a beautiful finish. Look at that.
Oh,
no defense, nothing between the kick and the kick and the head.
And you can see why people on the local scene are so high on Louis Lee Scott. He's a great athlete. He's got good size for the division. And even when put under duress early and really pulled out of his comfort zone, what did he do? He landed significant strikes, even moving backwards. That is not an easy thing to do when you're 23 years old and you're already pulling it off. Woo, boy.
The timing on that kick was incredible. He was waiting for his opponent to come forward, to throw his hands again, and then came around it. Beautiful.
Andy Shepard makes this one official.
Referee Rich Mitchell has called a halt to this contest at 21 seconds of the first round, declaring your winner via knockout, Lightning Lee Scott!
Performance by Louis Lee Scott. Lightning Louis Lee Scott. The name is appropriate when you see action like that.
Another knife in the first round. He's aggressive, but he's composed at the same time. He picks his shots beautifully. And all week he's been trying to get into Slee's head. He's been getting after him, talking at him, trying to get eye contact. And yesterday at the weigh-ins, we saw that friction between the two. I had to act as security at the same time, but it's just made me so excited for this fight. It's why it's been moved up the card, and we're gonna hear the fans when he walks out.
Then we move this one all the way up to right before Dakota Ditcheva's co-main event because of the fan turnout, because we're so excited to see what this kid is capable of. But Salah Kulikan, he's got the job of derailing a hype train, right? We've seen this before, where all these expectations are piled on to a young fighter, and then you get the bright lights, and what happens? What does Salah Kulikan need to do to put away all of this excitement for Lewis McGrillen?
All the talk from McGrillen. Kulikan looked really, really calm yesterday, and he was telling him, you're just a kid. I'm going to deal with you tomorrow. He's a very tough veteran. He's got a couple of really, really nice wins. And you see McGrillen likes to talk, but I wonder if he's maybe looking past Kulikan maybe a little too much. But we're going to find out later tonight.
I'm always one who likes to bring the energy on fight night, you know? The rest of the week, it's smile, laugh, relax, have fun. Lewis McGrillen is not that way. And actually, you were there on stage as president of fighter operations to see the tension up close and personal.
Official weight 135.8 pounds for Lewis.
Yeah, well, what? Yeah, that's it, mate. You're scared, mate. You're scared, mate. You're scared. You watch. You watch, mate, watch. You're getting knocked out cold. Yeah, we will. We will, mate. You ready? You ready, mate? You ready, mate? We're ready, mate.
I'm looking forward to it.
Ready?
Tomorrow.
We will, don't worry, mate.
Mate, you're a little kid, mate. You're a little boy.
Surprised, mate.
Being set the bread on, mate. Being set the bread. Being set the bread.
All right. Actually, backstage, the fourth man of our broadcast crew, Wade Plam, with more on this fight.
That is right, guys. I am here with everyone in the PFL arena. And as you can hear, the people are ready for this fight. Lizzie Havash, Valentina Skatici, and it is one you do not want to miss because, ladies and gentlemen, women's MMA in the PFL Europe is just as good as what we just saw, and we're about to get it started one more time. Take a look as the people get ready. It is Lizzie Havash and Valentina Skatici, and it's one you do not want to miss. Sean, back to you guys at the desk.
That will be up. League fight between those two women. When we switch over to DAZN, make sure you freshen up that subscription. You do not want to miss PFL Europe action. We've got league fights, women's flyweights, light heavyweights in the men's division, of course. And at the end of the day, it's all about the pursuit of a $100,000 PFL Europe championship. And beyond that, I don't want to guarantee anything because it's not my place. But if you can win PFL Europe, PFL Global, and a chase for a $1 million prize and a beautiful gold belt, that's what tonight is all about. Establishing a system for fighters in Europe to have an opportunity to really fight for the ultimate PFL prize. Ditcheva, Hermanson, Powell, and Amin, and a lot more. Let's take another look at Smooth Simeon Powell, Dan.
Well, this is his TKO finish of low kicks against Fagundes, and you can see how slick his striking is here. So long range, knees up the center line, either flying or just as he's standing, he raises up the center line, cracks his opponent on the chin. He's a sharp striker. He's got excellent footwork. There's that beautiful knee. I just don't know how you get away from a guy like this with this reach and this speed, with this footwork. But of course, this is a mixed martial arts fight. And one thing we haven't seen yet from Simeon Powell is what his grappling looks like. Now, I've seen this kid in the gym sparring people out of the cage. People can't keep up with him. He's got grappling as well as striking. So I think we might be in for some surprises tonight. But one thing that we do know for sure, if this is a kickboxing match between Simeon Powell and Muhammad Amin, it's going to be fireworks, because that is Amin's skill set.
As long as we've got a man who was at one time, not so long ago, one of the fastest rising prospects out of Europe, like, that's what Simeon Powell is now. And this is the biggest stage that he's been on in his young career so far. You've been in this position in the past. What does it mean? What does it do to a guy nerve-wise?
To carry a card, it's a big test. He has shown us all the skill in the cage. He can not only do it in the gym, he can do it in the cage. But tonight he's facing his stiffest test so far. We saw he had a huge reach advantage so far in all his fights. Not so much tonight. He hasn't fought a striker like Amin before. Someone who's going to be able to pressure him. We saw a finish by leg kicks by Powell. But Amin is a really good kickboxer, so it's going to be really interesting to see how it's going to play out.
Main event, Muhammad Amin, Simeon Powell, two great strikers with a lot of length, a lot of skill, but this is a mixed martial arts contest. And when the kickboxer comes in, will he have what it takes? Will Simeon Powell have what it takes in a full mixed martial arts contest to exploit what a lot of people think is his biggest advantage, because he is one of this new generation of fighters who didn't start out in one discipline and then round out the skill set. These young guys have it really, really well.
They've got everything.
Because they start out as mixed martial artists.
And then he settles in the gym like GB Top Team. He's got so much knowledge around him.
Now let's talk about the co-main event. Dakota Ditcheva is in a lot of ways similar to Simeon Powell, right? Tall, lean striker for her division. She did come from a kickboxing and Muay Thai background. Her mom was a world champion in kickboxing. Her brother is a high-level competitor in kickboxing. Dakota has made the switch. She's training in Great Britain and in Miami at American Top Team. She's really embracing the whole gamut of mixed martial arts at this point, and she's still undefeated in her career. But is tonight the toughest test of her mixed martial arts career?
I think it is. I mean, we know what Dakota's all about. She's an excellent Muay Thai striker, but of course she's going to move herself into striking range, and there are risks to that. If she can keep this at kicking range, she can keep Hermanson on the outside. But as soon as she moves into boxing range, she's moving into Hermanson's skill set, who's an excellent boxer in her own right. But of course, Dakota's got great knees as well. But then to get close with knees, you're going to be vulnerable to takedowns. And this is where I feel like Hermanson might have the edge. She might be able to get this fight to the floor, and she might be able to test to see what Dakota's ground game is like. Now, as you've mentioned, she's trained at American Top Team with excellent grapplers, excellent mixed martial arts mind. She's been working at Manchester Top Team alongside the superstar that we've just seen score that knockout, and we're also Lewis McGrillen, so she's around really good mixed martial artists as well. I expect big things from her, but I also know that this is a stiff test in front of her that she cannot overlook.
Vicious long-range strikes from Dakota Ditcheva. Absolutely incredible speed and power. And she's been on this stage before. She's been part of the PFL as a showcase fighter when we came over last year for some playoff action. Malin Hermanson wants to play spoiler. I think she might have the skill set to do it, but what is the key?
she's going to have to come in. Don't stay on the outside of the range of Ditcheva. She needs to wrestle with her. She needs to box with her. She's got a really interesting style. She keeps her hands down low. That's something Ditcheva hasn't been really dealing with also in kickboxing, because you got your guard up. Now she's got an opponent who's going to move a lot. So Hermansen wants to get in the clinch, wear on her, take her down, put her weight on her. She was physically really strong last night, so she definitely has to put her body weight on Ditcheva and tie her up.
Dakota Ditcheva is an incredible athlete, and I think she's been the better athlete in all of her contests so far. That might not actually be true tonight, because she's taking on a multiple-time Swedish national champ. I mean, someone who has proven her athletic credentials. We'll see how this one works out. That's in the co-main event. Mixed martial arts action on DAZN. Here's the thing. We gave you free fights. We gave you showcase bouts. Now's the time you got to refresh that DAZN subscription so you can watch PFL Europe League action and, of course, a showcase bout between Lewis McGrillen and Salah Kulakan. All of it right here on the home of mixed martial arts, DAZN.
Tonight we have big fight. Big fight! The end of the fight. Simeon Powell. Oh, big left hand. And that's enough. 6 points.
This has been a night that will go down in history, will be remembered.
Professional Mixed Martial Arts, Professional Fighters League. This is a huge moment for the European mixed martial arts scene. I cannot understate the importance of an event like this, the introduction of a league like this, because fighters know their schedule. Fighters know the prize at the end of the road. Fighters know the next step in their career if they can get through a PFL Europe season. Regular season, playoffs, and a championship. Newcastle and Berlin, and then Paris, and a championship in Dublin. If everything goes well, Dan Hardy, these fighters know that they're fighting multiple times this year. They know that the next one, the playoff fight's going to be in September, and then the championship's going to be in December. As the president of fighter operations for Europe, how nice is it to call a camp, call a fighter, and say, this is how it's going to lay out. All you have to do is win.
I love it. What a great opportunity to offer. I am giving you your whole year laid out. Win 3 fights. We've got $100,000 for you. And this opens the door to PFL Global. There's real money on the table, $1 million. A beautiful belt that I know you wear most of the time. What fighter wouldn't want that opportunity to have their year laid out for them with that money on the end? Brilliant. I love it.
The voices are warmed up. The fighters are warmed up. The smart cage is warmed up. Get over to DAZN right now for the first ever PFL Europe event right here in Newcastle, England.
Tonight from Newcastle, England.
Welcome, PFL fight fans, to England.
History will be made.
Oh, another knockout for Dakota Ditcheva.
When MMA's toughest test catches fire.
Wow! Simeon Powell, my goodness, landed right on the jaw.
World-class fighters. 4 weight classes with the championship opportunity of a lifetime.
That's a tap. Just a dominant performance.
Get ready for a groundbreaking MMA format.
Welcome to History in the Making.
This is the premiere of PFL Europe.
Newcastle, the northernmost city in England's great countryside. An incredible place for a fight. Home of the Geordies and the Magpies. And tonight, home of the first ever PFL Europe event. It's Ditcheva Hermansen, Powell versus Amin, Virtu Motors Arena. With incredible mixed martial arts action in a brand new league. Sean O'Connell and Stefan Struve for the first time ever with the PFL. Dan Hardy is back in dual roles tonight. Let's talk about that, Dan Hardy. Not only an analyst tonight, but also president of fighter operations for PFL Europe. You get to wear 2 hats.
I do, and I'm very, very proud and honored to be doing that as well. For PFL Europe, what an awesome opportunity for me to be able to gather this talent together, get them onto events like this where they can fight it out. There's money on the table at the end. You win 3 fights in a year. You're the European champion. You move through to PFL Global. Big opportunities for European fighters, and to have a part to play in that is incredible. But of course, I wasn't going to let go of this seat next to you, beautiful gentlemen. This is the seat to be in for this action. What a night of fights we've got.
We've already had some showcase action. Now it's time for us to get into league action, and let's talk about the main event. Simeon Powell and Muhammad Amin. We'll start with Simeon Powell. He's 6'5". He's undefeated. He's incredibly talented. The biggest test of his career tonight.
Absolutely the biggest test of his career, because Simeon Powell's a striker. What we see in all of his fights is brilliant striking skills. He moves so well. He's got great lateral movement, but his range, his reach, he peppers you down the center line with heavy hands, and then of course when you start to slip out the way, he's got knees up the center line. The question is this going to be a mixed martial arts fight though? We've got 2 great kickboxers, but of course the one that wins this one will be the one that mixes it the best, and I think there's some surprises in Simeon Powell's game for tonight.
And it's just the first step in a whole season of PFL Europe MMA action. Let's talk about the co-main. Another undefeated Brit, fast-rising star, Dakota Ditcheva, has a big-time hype train following her everywhere she goes. Does it continue chugging tonight?
Rightly so. What she has shown so far in the octagon, in the cage, is very impressive. 7 fights, 6 finishes, has steamrolled pretty much through all of her competition. Is an incredible striker with great knees, and I'm very much looking forward to tonight to see if she can continue that streak against a very tough veteran in Marlon Hermansen.
So that's your main event and your co-main event, at least feature fighters, locals, taking place in those. But I keep telling you there's a bunch of league action tonight. What do I mean by league action? Well, Professional Fighters League does things a little bit differently. In fact, we do it like every other sport does it. It's a season format. Regular season playoffs and a championship, and here in PFL Europe, 8 fighters per division, 4 different divisions. 1 regular season fight leads into playoff semifinals, and then if you win the playoff semifinals, you get to participate in a $100,000 championship final. That's how the PFL works. The only mixed martial arts organization with a true sports format. The local fans understand it here. It's like the Champions League. It's like the Premier League. It's like every other sports league, and we're the only ones who do it in the sport of mixed martial arts. Let's take a look at the whole lineup of fights. This is the whole fight card for league action. Light heavyweight action in the main event, women's flyweight action in the co-main event, and of course, that means light heavyweights and women's flyweights are taking center stage in all of those fights that lead up to our ultimate contests. We will have another showcase tucked in there somewhere, but those are the fighters looking to advance to a championship opportunity in Dublin in December. And by the way, when you do a season, that means it's not just about Newcastle. July 8th will be in Berlin. September 30th will be staging the playoffs in Paris, France. And then December 8th, a championship in Dublin, Ireland. Of course, I can't wait for that. I've explained it for you. You know what's at stake. Let's get the league action going. Lizzie Havers from the Netherlands, Valentina Scatizzi representing Italy. Our first women's flyweight contest of the PFL Europe season.
Valentina Scatizzi.
Valentina Scatizzi is a formidable competitor. Slam amateur flyweight champion, undefeated as an amateur. She's competed at strawweight. Feels more natural down here. And for Scatizzi and her family, this is a passion, but she's morphed it into a career.
My family have have a background from martial arts. My father is a judoka, teach judo for a long time. Since when I was young, I go in the gym just for play and then for passion and now for job.
And fighting out of the red corner, Lizzie Havash.
Lizzie Havash, a judoka, undefeated so far as a pro. Both of those wins have come by submission. Trains with former mixed martial arts champion Jermaine Randami and a rising prospect, 28 years of age, rounding out her skill set.
And we're keeping a theme going here with judo in the PFL. Have you noticed? She could be quite a contender if she's able to put her judo together like Harrison is.
She's not just into judo, she actually also has a psychology degree, and she's found a way to combine her mixed martial arts training with that degree to help at-risk youth.
I'm a psychologist and I work with young people who have been in contact with police and the government, and I teach emotional regulation programs. I actually use martial arts to talk about what's going on, emotions, feelings, habits, thoughts. I want to continue that because I believe that I can make a difference.
Here's our tail of the tape. Lizzie Havash is 1 year older. She's 4 inches taller than Valentina Scatizzi. Arm reach favoring Havash. They have the same reach on the legs.
So keys to victory, Lizzie Haver's got to control the center, use knees and punches in the clinch. I expect Scatizzi to try and take this fight to the floor, but she's going to need sub-defense if she gets it there.
Andy Shepard will get the women's flyweight season started here at PFL Europe.
Welcome to all of our viewers watching around the world live on DAZN. The following contest is the first ever PFL Europe regular season contest and takes place in the women's flyweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. She is an MMA specialist and stands 5 feet 3 inches tall. She went in officially at 125.6 pounds. In 2 professional contests, hold a record of 1 victory and a single defeat. Fighting out of Dublin, Ireland, Valentina Scatizzi. And her opponent fighting out of the red corner. She is a judo specialist and stands 5 feet 7 inches tall. She weighed in officially at 125.3 pounds and holds an undefeated record of 2 wins and no losses. Fighting out of Den Bosch, Netherlands, Lizzie No Flow Havash. Your referee in charge, Sam Amini.
Sam Amini is equipped with our referee cam. Lizzie Havash is in the red trunks.
Ladies, you ready? You ready? Let's go.
Scatizzi in the gray. Touch of the gloves. Southpaw stands for Scatizzi, who comes out very aggressive.
Two good shots early there from Scatizzi, who's really got her opponent backed up against the fence. Here we go with those lower body takedowns. Smart to not get tangled up with the judo, but she still wants this fight on the floor.
She's got to be careful with the body lock for Gevers to look for judo throws. She's done that in her pro fight so far, and I think she's going to be looking for it if she gets the space, which she doesn't have right now.
Scatizzi looks to be deep on that right leg of Havers. She can pull her off the fence here. She might be able to put her to the floor. Oh, nice.
Was able to clasp the hands together, and there's a completed takedown straight into the guard. One butterfly here for Lisa Havers.
This is where we're going to need to see some sub-defense. Scatizzi needs to stay on top here. Beautiful work by Havers, getting her back to the fence again.
She's looking for that over-up to create space. Possibly look for that Uchimata. That's one of her favorite throws.
Heavy pressure here from Scatizzi.
She doesn't have her hands closed. Havers is doing a good job of staying against the fence. Now she's going for the throws. Good job by Scatizzi defending that.
Scatizzi ate a knee, but then threw a right hand. Both of those landed right back into the grappler.
She's doing a good job of keeping her opponent's hips pinned up against the fence. Of course, the judokas need that mobility in their hips so they can launch you into the air. They can load you onto their hip. This is why she's attacking lower body takedowns as opposed to mixing up with the body lock, which of course is where Havers is going to use that Uchimata or the Harai Goshi counters.
Scatizzi's trying to close her hands and drag Havers down to the ground again, but so far the defense from Havers against the fence has been really good. Good job from Scatizzi, moving backwards, making her hips heavy.
A dogged pursuit of the takedown here. Kimura grip for Havers.
Looking for Kimura kind of, but she's not going to get it like this, but it can help for defense. Can also be dangerous when her opponent will get her hands in a high crotch to lift her, but...
Ladies, use the position for me, please. Use the position.
Halfway through round number one here.
Scatizzi adamant to keep this fight against the fence. Here we go. We saw Havers bring a leg across there, trying to get the Harai Goshi working.
And so far, Scatizzi's recognizing it every single time, and Havers has not been able to become dangerous with it.
Got a bloody nose on Scatizzi. Something got through from Havers. She is determined to control the center. Is Scatizzi.
Nice knee from Havers there. Good job.
Nice jab there from Havers. Now she's pressing the takedown up against the fence. Let's see if the upper body clinch work can get this fight to the floor for Havers. Nice knee.
Looping right hand there from Scatizzi, and then a straight left. A little scooping uppercut there from Havers. Both of these women taking every opportunity they can in these upright scrambles to throw some damage.
Scatizzi's doing great work with that left hand, coming from the back, putting some real power in it.
Just got to be careful, keep dropping her head like that. We've seen Havers throw those knees up the center line, but the power coming over the top from Scatizzi's knocking Havers off the balance.
You know she trains that a lot, training with Jemena Randami.
So she's used to being under pressure, is what you're saying, Stefan.
If you train with Jemena Randami, you know how to hold your own on your feet. You don't really...
45 seconds.
Trying to close her hands.
Heavy. Good job.
But Havers is putting her body weight on the fence, and Scatizzi has not been able to drag her off the fence because of that.
We can score a takedown.
One of two takedowns here for Scatizzi. Can she get another one? Great balance by Havers. Good knees to the midsection as well.
Havers keeps trying to step across, but every single time Scatizzi just crowds it, squeezes tighter, and does not allow that hip mobility that Dan referenced earlier. Saw the switch knee attempt there. Round one in the books in our first women's flyweight fight. Wales' most feared featherweight makes his long-awaited return as Joe Cardona seeks championship redemption in Cardiff. In the opposite corner is IBF titleist Shavkat Rakhimov, determined to spoil the homecoming of the challenger. That's Saturday, April 22nd on DAZN. The fourth member of our broadcast team tonight is Wade Clem. He's backstage. Wade, what do you got?
It's been a brilliant night of fights so far. As you guys can see, Lizzie and Valentina going crazy right now in the ring. The fans going crazy right behind us. The cage is getting more intense as we go. Round one's done, but these ladies aren't. Let's see what they got in round two, Sean.
There's Lizzie Havers. There's Valentina Skitidze in the gray. Dan, she was incredibly aggressive in trying to score that takedown early. That can wear on you, especially if you don't get it. She was able to get Havers down very temporarily. We'll see if Skitidze has a different plan. Nice counter right hand there from Havers. Oh, big punches early.
What we did see from Skitidze is that awareness of the judo. As she said in the promo, her father teaches judo. And you can tell that she has a good understanding of how to nullify the skills of Havers, who really wants to be out on the feet here. She moves so well. She's got fast hands, but again, she's got to watch for that straight left down the pipe over and over again from Skitidze. And at any moment, she could level change and drive this fight to the fence again.
This is all part of a season in the PFL Europe. Win in advance, lose and go home. Nice left hand there from Lizzie Havers.
And this is what she needs to be doing, and it's going to be interesting to see because she hasn't had success with her judo throws, which she has had success with so far in her fights. But she's doing really good on her range with her left hand and her inside leg kick so far the second round.
And much more success from Lizzie staying outside of that compact punching range from Valentina Skitidze.
She needs to learn how to get comfortable here. She hasn't been able to do that in the past so far, but it's a part of her game that she needs to develop, and you need to develop that inside the cage.
She threw a three-piece there, landed the third punch with the straight right hand.
Havers with good mobility here. Constantly changing her line, moving her head. The criticism here for Skitidze is that she does leave her head on the center line when she's striking. She is open to counters, but then Havers is doing the same thing with her low kicks as well. Big counter there from Skitidze, who throws power into everything.
Well, when you feel like you're the power striker in a fight, sometimes you do throw defense out the window. I can speak from experience on that one, Dan. But it's not always a winning proposition, and Valentina Skitidze would probably be best served to mirror some of the movements we're seeing from Lizzie.
Havers needs to keep on moving. That way, Skitidze can't really find her target as much because she's got a powerful left hand.
Quite even on the feet here.
Great work by Havers, just staying right outside where the power can really translate at the end of these punches. Wouldn't be surprised to see Skitidze start working the body a little more, trying to close the distance that way.
Nice work to the body there, you called it.
And she can't reach ahead as much in this second round, so the body is a good choice from Skitidze.
It seems that Havers is watching Skitidze wind up, and she's catching her with a short jab in the process of her starting her combination, which is kind of throwing off the rest of the strikes. Good inside low kick check there from Skitidze.
Havers needs to be careful moving to her right constantly because Skitidze might recognize it. Nice front kick there from Havers. And catch her with that powerful left hand. Spinning back fist.
Mixing it up here. Excellent simple chopping jab from Lizzie Havers there.
She's really found her range.
She's been landing that right hand very consistently through this round. A lot more space to work here in this second round as well. Oh, that was a good jab from Skitidze. Both these ladies trying to punch their ticket for the next bracket, trying to win and progress in the championship.
This is a regular season contest in PFL Europe. To win this, you get an invitation to the playoff. If you win in the playoff semifinal, $100,000 championship.
Skatisi lands some very hard low kicks. Everything that she throws has got power in it. Nice left hand over the top there.
Good stiff jab there. She's caught Gevers a couple times with that stiff jab this round.
Oh! There's a spinning back fist from Hager. Round 2 in the books. Excellent adjustment there, I think, by Lizzie Havers, who stayed outside the range. Valentina Skatidze not able to get inside to crowd the distance quite so much. UEFA Women's Champion League, Arsenal hosts Bayern Munich in their quarterfinal second leg, live on DAZN, Wednesday, March 29th.
Evers looking fresh in her corner. I feel like she's had the best round of Skatidze in that first round. She seems to be starting to pull this fight back in her direction. Much more space in that second round, was able to sting her opponent several times.
You never know how judges are going to score a first round like the one we saw, right? Where Skatidze was the aggressor and she was pushing the whole time, didn't really land a ton of meaningful offense from those clinches. I think Skatidze probably took the first frame. I think Lizzie probably took the second. But if I'm in the corner, I'm saying go out and get a finish now and let's guarantee this.
You just can't be sure. After 2 rounds like that, it might as well be one apiece. You've just got to treat this 5 minutes like it's the whole fight.
Remind your fighter on what's at stake in December.
Exactly. Their whole year is determined by this 5 minutes here, potentially. Oh, that was a nice right hook from Skatidze in the clinch.
See if Gevers can get her jab going again, because she was doing really well with that in the second round.
Right hand to the body from Skatidze, who continues to throw flurries. Havers content right now, early in the third, to play sniper, try and land a jab, a long right hand.
She does a great job when the clinch closes down there with those right uppercuts at the center line.
It's interesting how much the fight has changed from the first round, when both fighters were mostly up against the fence. Good strikes from Skatidze here. Nice jab from Gevers.
Skatidze doesn't mind doing that Dennis Sieber combination. Puts her head in the middle, right? Head almost on the chest of the opponent and just throw hooks.
Yep. Over the top and around the sides and up the center. And because Havers is standing quite tall because she's looking for counters, sometimes she's susceptible to those shots.
Great left hand there from Skatidze.
Long jab continues from Lizzie Havers. She tries a right hand, thinks better of it.
Oh,
that one got through. 2 minutes gone in the third and final frame here. Women's flyweight regular season contest here in PFL Europe.
And what a pace. 130 punches attempted by Havers, 156 by Skatidze. I mean, they're landing, nearly half of their strikes as well. This is a wild pace. Beautiful follow-up there with the kick.
Skatidze needs to come forward more, put Gevers with her back against the fence, because at this distance, Gevers is in control. But you can see that Skatidze is doing really well. She's coming close, but the distance is too much for her now and then.
Havers is starting to throw kicks when Skatizi moves backwards out of those clashes, and that might be something that we see score in these final 2 minutes. She's tested it a couple of times now.
That's a good spot. She's recognizing that she's pulling out in a straight line like she did away with that kick there.
Some of us move in a linear fashion in fights, Dan, okay?
Some of us don't move at all, Sean. Don't worry about that. Oh, there it is! Oh, how did she take that?
Valentina Skatizi and Lizzie Havers showing some chin in this fight.
That will make you look for the clinch again.
Right. This is a good position for Skatizi. Can she finish it here? She might get 90 seconds on the floor. That'd be big on the scorecards if she's able to land some strikes.
If she gets a takedown too, that may win it around here. Havers needs to turn her around. Skatizi is very physically strong though.
Please use the position.
This is always one of the positions I find most fascinating, because in this clinch, and this one in particular, Havers is the only one who's landing any knees. But how are judges looking at it? Because Skatizi, with her back to the center of the cage, is often seen as the aggressor here, and Havers would be obviously on the defense there. But she's landing offense, so you never know how judges are scoring it, and it's such a difficult proposition for coaches and for fighters to know who's winning in that particular position.
I think Havers is doing what she needs to do. The only thing she can really do, especially late in the fight, throw short strikes, score points. Good jab from Skatizi there.
A very tough fight to score just based on the aggression of Skatizi keeping herself in the fight even when she's getting tagged with shots. We're certainly seeing some damage on the face of Skatizi though. And to your point, Sean, I expect these judges to be looking very closely at those positions where they're expecting the fighters to be looking for conclusions to the fight, and the one that's striking and trying to work is most likely the one that's going to get that score. But again, it's very much up in the air because they're controlling against the fence. The potential for takedowns are there.
Yeah, and you're asking for judges to have knowledge of what they're watching, and that's not always something you can assume.
Well, I have confidence in these judges that we've got here. The European judges are up to date with the scoring. That was a good moment there for Skatizi. Oh, and another big shot.
And that's the final bell, so we will go to the judges' scorecards, and this is a difficult one to call.
What a pace from these ladies. I'm definitely happy that I'm not scoring the fight.
I tell you what, Stephen Struve, one of the great luxuries of being someone who calls the fights is you get to be critical of judges, but you never actually have to do the job. It's nice. Lizzie Havers right there, talking to the coaches. And make sure you check out the PFL archives. All the classic PFL fights are available right now on DAZN. You can watch me. That's the only place you're going to find a Sean O'Connell fight these days. Valentina Skatizi still fresh. She's dancing inside the cage. Cageonomics stats bundle here on DAZN. You see, man, what a tough fight to score. Lizzie Havers landed 83. Valentina Skatizi, according to the stats, landed 111, but the damage showing a little bit more on the face of Skatizi. She did have the takedown as well. Tough one to call. Take a look at some replays here.
Beautiful work here, counter-striking from Havers here. Of course, Skatizi pushing forward all the way through the fight, but she did leave herself susceptible to some of these really nice, clean counter-strikes by Havers. And again, Skatizi not fazed by the fire coming back in her direction. Kept pushing forward, kept eating shots to land her own. We can see that work rate reflected in the statistics. She outstruck her opponent, but did she outland her when it comes to damage? That's the question that the judges are going to have to determine. All right, it's time to get it over to Andy Shepherd for the decision.
After 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. The judges scored this contest 29-28, Hevash. 30-27, Skatitsi. And your winner, via split decision with a final score 29-28. For your winner via split decision, in the blue corner, Valentina Skatitsi!
I think both of these ladies were somewhat surprised by that result. I don't think either of them was certain they were going to get it. But of course, Lizzie Havers feel like she landed the better shot. She's going to be disappointed. She's going to feel like she was able to turn this fight around in her direction with that split.
Yeah, no surprise that there was a split decision. 3 different scorecards too from the judges.
Right.
So it was very, very close. Incredibly tough to score.
All right, I'm here with the winner, Valentina Skatitsi, the first ever PFL Europe regular season contest. You are victorious via split decision. When this fight was over, were you confident you had done enough to win it?
Yeah, I feel very happy. Thanks for my coach, all of my coach. Thanks for my team, SBG Ireland. And I'm very grateful for staying here today. And for the future, I can be better. Thank you so much.
And now obviously there is, you know what the future is, a playoff fight in Paris in September. What's training camp going to be like as you get ready for what's next?
Yeah, very strong, as a light today.
And if I'm not mistaken, you're training in Dublin now, right? So if you win that fight, a championship on home soil?
I go for final in my house.
Victorious in the first ever women's flyweight bout here at PFL Europe, Valentina Skatitsi.
Okay, so Valentina Skatitsi has punched her ticket to Paris. She'll be there on September 30th. We've got July 8th for the other 2 weight classes to be decided. Then Paris will see the semi-final, then Dublin, the finals, the $100,000 on the prize. Will Valentina Skatitsi win her next fight and find herself on her adopted home soil of Dublin, Ireland? That is the question. We have several other flyweights that will try and stop her progress towards that date.
Berlin, then Paris, then Dublin. PFL Europe season continues all year long here on DAZN. Up next, light heavyweight action between Abdella Arami and Madeline Pervalescu. 3 5-minute rounds at 205 pounds.
Making his way to the cage, fighting out of the blue corner, Madeline Pervalescu.
Madeline Pervalescu, all 5 of his wins have come via first-round knockout. He's fought on this European scene, 1-0, and a KSW fighter. Knockout of the night winner, actually, when he pulled that one off.
This guy's scary. The speed of his left hand is consistent. He's going to close distance down so quick. He's going to get hold of his opponent, and he's going to try and punch him 100 times with that left hand over and over again. And he's got great body locks as well. We can't underestimate the grappling of this guy, but it all revolves around the power, the natural power that he carries in that big left hand.
For Madeline Pervalescu, it's not just a six-figure prize that motivates him?
Yeah, it's a lot money, but no, this is the scope. I like to fight. No fight for the money for the moment. I like to fight. I'm here to win. No the win the money, but the money it's here. No, I win, he come.
He likes to fight. The money that comes with it. Gravy.
The money's cool.
And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, Remy.
Started from the bottom, now we're here. Started from the bottom, now my whole team here. Started from the bottom, now
This man is currently on a 5-fight win streak. 4 of his 6 wins have come via knockout. He's moving up. He's making a light heavyweight debut.
And this is another guy, super fast hands, southpaw the orthodox. Ramy knows he's got power in both hands, and you'll see that Mike Tyson movement as he swarms his opponents moving into range. This is going to be fireworks from the first second. There's no other way these guys fight. They both love fighting, and they both know they've got the power to get the victory in the bag.
And Abdullah Ramy is inspired by a worldwide sports icon.
I have 2 dogs. One is Michael, another is Jordan. I love Michael Jordan so much. He's a big inspiration for me, and I am passionate for the sneakers and obviously for Michael Jordan. His courage in the game, his mentality, and his style for everything. I love that. I wanna be like Mike. I wanna be like Mike. Yeah, for sure. In MMA, yeah.
I don't know who is the Michael Jordan of mixed martial arts, but that's what Abdullah Ramy wants to be. He's 26 years of age. His opponent, Madeline Privilescu, is 27. Ramy is the taller fighter. These are light heavyweights, so they did not weigh in at 145 and 146. 205 apiece for these men. Reach advantage favoring Abdullah Ramy. 4 inches on the arm. Andy Shepard to the light heavyweights we go.
The following is a PFL Europe regular season contest in the light heavyweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a striking and wrestling specialist and stands 5 feet 10 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 205 pounds and holds a professional records of 5 wins and just a single defeat. Fighting out of Constanta, Romania, Madeline Privilescu. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He is a striking specialist and stands 6 feet even. He weighed in officially at 202.7 pounds and has amassed a professional record of 6 wins and 1 defeat. Fighting out of Malaga, Spain, the Golden Boy, Abdullah Ramy. Your referee in charge, Mark Goddard.
A little pop from the crowd from Mark Goddard, who's a star in his own right in this sport of ours now, understandably so. One of the best in the business, equipped with the ref cam here.
Don't blink for this one. Good thing that Mark's in the cage.
Ramy is in the blue, Privilescu in the gray trunks in the southpaw stance. Huge left hand! Privilescu lands early and goes right to work.
Is that left hand over and over and over? You've got to do something to stop him, otherwise he's not going to slow down. Here comes his body lock. There's that left hand over and over again. Ramy's trying to clear his head here, trying to keep some space.
Back out to a distance here, and Ramy's going to have to find a big body kick.
Look at that tight guard from Ramy. Got to keep those hands up, keep away from... Oh, that left hand again!
And Ramy jumped right into it.
Good head
position here from Erami. Nice knee from Erami as well. This is good work on the inside, even though he was under pressure early. He's keeping his composure. Nice trim takedown.
Right into the rounds for Privilescu. Erami rolls out. Good scramble here.
Puts him back on his back. What a fight so far.
Furious pace. And at light heavyweight, we can see really gas tanks come into play if it continues this way.
These guys have not got a reverse mode. They just don't slow down. They go until they gas or they get knocked out or they knock their opponents out. Look at this body lock from Privilescu.
Erami is using the fence to stay on his feet. Privilescu wants to turn him around, drag him back down to the ground.
See that Greco style of takedown there.
Nice balance though from Erami.
With the right knee on the way up. Good uppercut in the clinch. Randy Couture would be proud of that one.
Love a bit of dirty boxing. Oh, and a front kick to the midsection.
Oh, and a big left hand.
The right hand that followed it up, I think.
He ate that.
He said, give me some chips on the side as long as we're in the UK. What an incredible punch from Abdullah Erami.
What a way to survive and turn this fight around.
That's the way to stop someone that's got a chin of iron. You keep hitting that guy over and over again and he keeps coming forward, but you can't deny a body shot, Sean O'Connell.
Let me tell you something. When you got a big Romanian standing in front of you and he eats a head kick with no problem, that's the time to switch it up and go down to the liver, and that's exactly what Abdullah Erami did. Incredible adjustment on the fly, leading to the finish, and I think that's a good stoppage from Mark Goddard, no matter what Madeline Privilescu protests.
Absolutely. As soon as you see a fighter running away and stumbling, gives me flashbacks of Stefan Struve against Stipe Miocic, knocking him down against the fence, running away, losing his footing. That was a very, very similar finish. Beautiful hook to the body. I don't know how he was able to get back to his feet. He dropped like a deck chair, but then he was back up. He was trying to move away, but the ferocity of Erami was not slowing down.
Yeah, he wasn't focused on Erami anymore. His eyes weren't on him anymore. So great stoppage by Mark Goddard. The amount of action we got in about 2 minutes in this fight. Wow.
What a division this is, these light heavyweights. Erami punches his ticket to the next round, one step closer to $100,000.
Our next PFL Europe card, as long as you're talking about moving on, regular season continues with PFL Berlin, July 8th. Can't wait for that card. 2 more weight classes on display there. Tonight, it's all about light heavyweights and women's flyweights. We'll have 2 other weight classes on display for you in Berlin. Everyone trying to earn their place in the playoffs. We were here for a good time, not a long time. K-Genomic Stats Bundle is indicative of that. Abdullah Erami landed 12, and one of them was incredibly meaningful with that body shot, crumpling Madeline Privilescu's defense. Stefan Struve, here's a replay for you.
Oh, man. If you can take a head kick like that, wow. Beautiful work here to the body. You see him crumble. Wow. Great follow-up. Piled under pressure. You see Mark Goddard watching the action very closely. Very good stoppage.
You never want to see a fighter turn their back to get away from their opponent. That's the sign that they're breaking. A beautiful shot to the body, opened up a couple of really big shots to the head, which was the beginning of the end. You can see these shots here as Privilescu tries to run away, tries to get away. The punches were only continuing.
And Mark Goddard gave him every opportunity to come back in this fight.
Referee Mark Goddard calls a stop to the action at 2 minutes and 18 seconds of round number 1. Declaring your winner by TKO, the Golden Boy,
Another thing I like to see in this fight that he was able to deal with the groundwork of the Romanian. Was able to get back to his feet and then land that blow. He showed us a lot in these 2 minutes.
He did. He really did. I'm interested to see what he's got to say to Sean O'Connell in his winner's interview here.
Okay, please, thank you. And talk with me slowly, please.
All right, I'm here with your winner, Abdallah Arami, moving on in the PFL Europe season. Let's talk about this fight. Early on, he hit you with a big left hand.
Yeah.
Were you in trouble?
I feel good. His leg is not strong, but I'm ready. I feel good.
And then you hit him with a head kick. He ate the head kick, no problem. So you go to the body work. When that punch landed, did you know the end was near?
I am a striker. I prepared to striking with everybody. And this is my work. I leg hard and I punch hard.
Well, punch hard you did, and you punched your way forward into the playoffs. We will see you in Paris, Abdallah Arami.
What a great performance there by Abdallah Arami. He's going to move through to a much bigger opportunity in his next fight. What a beautiful finish as well. You know, these other light heavyweights in this bracket are going to be looking at him as a ferocious striker that maintains composure under pressure.
You know, I always tell people light heavyweight is really the weight class you need to watch. Here in the PFL, more finishes in the light heavyweight division than any other division. And Abdallah Arami continues that trend. I like when people make good on my promise that the 205ers are the ones to watch.
Well, you set the standard, my friend.
The fourth man in our broadcast crew today is backstage. Wade Plem, what do you got, sir?
What do I have, Sean? What do I have? What do the fighters have tonight other than exciting matchups, exciting finishes, head kick KOs? We just saw another KO behind us. PFL Europe is bringing action like no one else. And again, it is win and you advance. Every fighter in here fighting for their lives each and every round. I will see everybody that just won in Paris, but there's still more to come on this card because you're not just fighting for your pride. You're fighting for that $100,000 and an opportunity to be here with PFL Global and potentially fight for $1 million. There are not stakes like this anywhere else in the world in MMA except in the PFL, and especially now in PFL Europe. Sean, please, can I get more action like that? Tell me, please.
Wait, I think we're going to get a lot more action like that. Because the stakes are high, but the path has been laid out because of the PFL season format. And we move from light heavyweights to the women's flyweight division once again as Cornelia Holm and Marta Waleczek square off. Sweden versus Poland.
Into the cage, fighting out of the blue corner, Marta Waleczek.
Marta Waleczek came in incredible shape, a lot of intensity from this Polish fighter. She prefers isolation, actually, during fight week. It's not about surrounding herself with a big team.
I come here with my coach, Damian. We arrive alone, but we don't need nobody else. For my family, my preparation are very difficult and very hard. They don't understand. My friends don't understand what I exactly have to do to be the best day on my match. I love my family, I love my friend, and the best person in my life, but they don't understand, and I don't want to worry them, so I really arrive alone. After fight, yes, no problem.
And her opponent, fighting out of the red corner, Cornelia Ho!
Connie Future, they call her. Cornelia Holm brings a wrestling pedigree into this fight. Knockout submission, 3 decision victories in her 5 pro wins.
Lots of good amateur experience as well for Cornelia Holm, and she's going to need it because this is going to be a stiff test. She is not going to get her way with Valicek. Valicek's strong, she builds good frame, she's got good takedown defense. And I think Holm's going to want this one on the floor in side control where she can work her ground and pound.
And Holm talked to us about her appreciation for the opportunities PFL Europe brings European fighters.
Yeah, like getting this opportunity for the European tournament in PFL, it's huge. Like I won't lie, it's the biggest opportunity in my career so far. I've been waiting for this for a long time now. I've been for all fighters. It's a tough life. So when the opportunity came, I just, you know, I dropped everything else. I've been like full focus for months now. So yeah, it's huge. It's very exciting.
Tape for this women's flyweight contest. Marta Valicek is 1 year older than the 34-year-old Cornelia Holm. Valicek is also 2 inches taller. The reach advantage on the arms favors Cornelia Holm, opposite the height trend. 39-inch legs for both women. And Andy Shepard gets the fighters going.
The following fight is a PFL Europe regular season contest in the women's flyweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. She's a striking specialist and stands 5'6.5" tall. She weighed in officially at 124.3 pounds and in 11 professional contests has amassed 6 victories and 5 defeats. Fighting out of Bielsko-Biała, Poland, Marta Valicek. And opponent fighting out of the red corner. She is a wrestling specialist and stands 5'5" tall. She weighed in officially at 125.2 pounds and has an even record of 5 wins and 5 defeats. Fighting out of Gothenburg, Sweden, Connie Future, Cornelia Holm. Referee in charge, Rich Mitchell.
Cornelia Holm in the red, Marta Valicek in the gray. Another contest in the women's flyweight division, winner advancing to the PFL Europe playoffs.
Okay, you ready? You ready? Let's go.
Touch of the gloves. And a double jab leg kick from Valicek to start things.
Now, Cornelia Holm is going to maintain her composure here because she knows that Valicek starts fast. She knows she's going to be on her toes, moving very quickly, and Holm's just got to time her opportunity right to get this fight closed down and try and take it to the floor. What she doesn't want to be doing is dealing with the range and the striking of Valicek all the way through this fight.
This is exactly what Valicek wants to be doing. Stay moving on your feet, don't stand still, because that takedown will be there for Holm at that time.
Good movement by Valicek here. Nice inside low kick, but she was almost knocked off balance.
Yeah, Holm tried to grab a hold of that leg and go for a takedown, but she wasn't able to get it. Good calf kick there from the Polish fighter, Valicek.
Home pressuring behind a good defense here. Trying not to let any of these strikes slip through the guard.
Nice combination from Malicek so far.
Oh, big right hand. Sends
balance
Holm off balance, yeah.
Malicek does a good job of using her footwork to disguise her strikes, switching her stance to power the strikes as well. Nice body kick again from the left leg. That's 3 times we've seen that now.
Holm is pretty heavy on that front leg. I'd love to see more of those calf kicks Malicek threw a couple times.
Tested a high kick there, then a stabbing kick to the midsection, mixing it up nicely early from Marta Valicek.
Now that front kick was an interesting one because I was wondering whether Valicek would use it, because as you can see, Holm is quite square when she's moving forward. But the danger, of course, is that kick gets caught like that and you end up on the floor.
She used an up kick there as Holm was trying to jump down on top of her. Bought her some time to get back to her feet, and now a bit of a clinch here. We'll see if the wrestler Holm can take advantage of this while she's got a hold of her.
Good work by Holm, controlling that tricep, holding her opponent into the clinch for these knees. But Valicek looks very strong here. She's great at building frames on the inside, anti-clinch frames that allow her to get herself to safety, but also to strike up the center line with these knees.
Now Holm is waiting for a mistake from Malicek, but so far she's been doing really well and stopping the takedown there. Great work. Going for a choke maybe. Holm's got her head back up.
It was great work by Marta Valicek to step out of that inside trip opportunity from Cornelia Holm. Take a look to the ref cam here. Inside of 2 minutes now in this first round.
Good movement by Valicek still, but I do feel like she's slowing down a little bit. Cornelia Holm is plodding forward with a good defense. She keeps getting caught with shots, but she's just not discouraged with that forward momentum. Can Valicek maintain this, as we were talking about earlier on in the night, Sean? You set a pace in the first round. The challenge is maintaining that for 15 minutes.
Holm's going to walk her down for 15 minutes for sure.
And certainly setting an early pace, it can wear on your opponent, but there's the psychological game that's played when that opponent, who maybe has a tough time early dealing with the pace, sees you slowing down and only boosts confidence, and that changes fights.
This is something else that's going to sap the body, the energy as well. Strikes to the body, hanging on that single necktie, dragging your opponents around and forcing them to hit the brakes and use strength to stop them being bullied. These knees at the center line, a really good control of the gun arm again from Cornelia Holm.
Trying to drag her, take her back, but good defense from Malicek. She can finish this.
Holm's got both legs.
Good head position here as well, but you can see that post of Valicek, the veins through the deltoid. My goodness, she's got some muscles on her upper body. But she's broken down now. Cornelia Holm in top position where she does her best work.
I'm equally shredded, Dan.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I just don't like showing it off.
That's why I've demanded you wear a blazer while we work together, my friend. I'm not be showed up.
Nice work here by Holm, trying to post a knee on the left arm of Marta Valicek. Doesn't have a lot of time to work from this top position. She will finish the round there, though.
Could potentially be the most difficult round for Cornelia Holm if she's able to start replicating that pressure. Valicek does look like she's slowed down a little bit. I can see blood coming out of her nose as well, which will affect the breathing.
Spend a lot of energy when a strong wrestler is walking you down like that the entire fight, the entire first round. So I definitely think that it's going to be a different second round. And maybe Holm is going to pressure more.
Remember, the zone is your home of mixed martial arts, including PFL and Octagon MMA. Check your listings for availability. Cornelia Holm getting some fresh Vaseline. Eye contact with the coach, listening intently. you could see a pep in her step when that round finished, like, okay, I figured it out now.
Yeah,
almost looking
worked
fresh.
through the fire. Yeah, exactly that. She knows she's worked through the fire. Even if she was a little fatigued from that pressure, that boost of confidence that the fight could now start turning in her direction can fill those lungs two times over.
I want to see more forward pressure from Holm now.
Sidesteps that spinning back kick from Marta Walicek.
Oh! Head kick!
Head kick drops home! Can Marta Walicek capitalize?
Cornelia Holm's got her eyes on her opponent. She's not out of this yet. Does Walicek want to go to the floor with her? Is she hurt enough to dominate on the floor? Smart move.
Oh, that would have been an illegal kick had it landed. Marta Walicek needs to be careful.
Use your position here.
Make sure it's not a grounded opponent she's throwing those strikes at.
Good low kicks here.
Use your position.
She brought that leg up so easily.
Beating up the legs of Cornelia Holm here.
Stop.
Referee stands it up. Didn't think those were meaningful enough. Kick attempt again there. Walicek goes right back to the well.
It's a nice body kick there. Now some knees from Walicek, and because she's got the single necktie control, she's able to land more meaningful knees than Cornelia Holm will.
Hands away from her eyes there.
Holm still pushing forward here. She seems to have recovered, and now Walicek's more flat on her feet again.
There was a big explosion there in that flurry. Oh, spinning back wheel kick!
A lot of explosion, a lot of excitement to see your opponent drop like that. But you've got to think that's 90 seconds into the second round. There's a lot more fight to go. Cornelia Holm seems to be back on it, but she's still vulnerable to those kicks. She's still reaching.
She needs to walk Walicek down, but when you know your opponent can bring that leg up so fast, it's a scary thought going in there so fast.
I'd want to be as close to her as possible with head kicks like that.
And you can see now Walicek.
Oh, that was a good calf kick. That really had an effect.
And trying to measure this distance, but harder to do when someone's chopping your legs out from under you.
Look at that lead leg. Oh, another head kick. My goodness. That lead leg of Marta, though, definitely was hurt by that calf kick. I wonder if Cornelia Holm recognized it.
And those calf kicks add up so fast. 2 or 3 and your leg is done.
Look how she's moving on that leg. It's not working well, just that one kick.
Yeah, the ankle or the leg is compromised in some way. She still was able to pivot on it for that last head kick.
She may have damaged the nerve that's controlling the foot, because her foot is moving in a really weird way.
Oh, there it is again!
Kicked her foot right out from under her and falls into the position where she finished round number 1. She's got 2 minutes to work here, does Cornelia Holm.
Again, that was perfectly targeted as she was on one leg, took her base away.
And Holm wants to be on top, but she also wants to be back on her feet because that leg is damaged. So this may actually be good for the Polish fighter Walicek.
That's a good point. And one thing I would be doing if I was in Walicek's corner is I wouldn't be bringing the stool in between rounds. You don't want a fighter sitting down then trying to stand up on a damaged leg like that.
I wonder what the corner from Holm is yelling at her right now. I'd be yelling, get back up.
Yeah, right.
90 seconds remain in the second round.
How's your Swedish, Sean O'Connell?
It's not great.
I'm sure Holm's a little relieved that at least the fight's in her range now.
She's not really doing too much with this position, though. She's not throwing any strikes. She's just posturing up. Not really trying to pass her guard.
Putting in a little bit of body work here, just I think to stay active.
You've got to show me more if you want to keep this position.
Right here is what Stefan Struve says,
position.
and says, give me some more work if you want to stay here.
And you've got to think, you know, those 2 head kicks, this could be a 10-8 round that Cornelia Holm's working against here. She might have to try and dig herself out of a hole in this round, and if she's in top position, not really landing a great deal, yes, she's controlling the fight, but she's not racking up points on the scorecards necessarily.
So much going on in both of them heads. The head kicks, the calf kicks. Right. I'm safe on the ground right now. Do I want to get back up?
Well, just the momentum swings we've seen in under 2 rounds in this fight have been pretty intense. Right? Cornelia Holm got the top position to close round number 1, was feeling confident coming out of the corner, and then bam, eats a head kick, gets dropped.
You've got to think how competitive this is, and then we had the Havish Scatizzi fight as well, another really competitive flyweight fight. I think we might have this all the way through this flyweight division. They're so evenly matched.
Final bell of the second round. We will see a third frame here on DAZN Mixed Martial Arts. We're here in England, and a British heavyweight icon returns to the ring next Saturday. It's Anthony Joshua beginning a new dawn against Jermaine Franklin. Watch exclusively live as part of your DAZN subscription. No pay-per-view.
Så jävla bra. Nu går vi hela vägen fram. Du måste framåt. Du måste framåt.
Here's the head kick. I think.
There we go.
Beautiful. She hit it behind that left hand. Great job.
Lovely timing. Lovely timing. Switched her stance through the left hand to hide it, and there it is. You're exactly right, Stefan Struve. She thought the left hand was coming. She was slipping that.
And Holm didn't see it coming. That's why it hurt so much.
Credit to both of these incredible fighters. Back and forth we go. A third and final round set to open here.
Ready? Ready?
At Virtu Motorsports Arena in Newcastle, England. Pawing jab from Cornelia Holm. Right into the face of Marta Valicek, who will look to stay out of distance.
Goes for the calf again, but Valicek was out of the way of that one. Still definitely affecting her movement, though. She's not moving correctly on that left foot. She's still keeping her heel elevated. Doesn't look comfortable.
Oh, right hand landed there for Holm as Valicek tries to circle out away from the power.
No calf kicks yet from Holm. Very surprised by that.
Just got to set it up. Here's the opportunity. Every time Valicek plants on that lead foot to punch, if I was Cornelia Holm, I would be hacking into that lead leg.
For sure, and every single time she moves to her left, that leg is there for the taking.
There it is.
Oh, I felt that one myself. Oh, a nice takedown. Very nice. Good timing. The outside reap on the level change.
Nice overhand into the level change for sure.
Under 4 minutes here, but a lot of time for Cornelia Holm to work. She's had the legs trapped now into half guard.
A lot of time left on the clock for Holm. See if she can do more with it than in the second round.
She's doing a good job of controlling that right leg of Valicek. You can see it elevated. She's not really able to use it to initiate an escape. Valicek's now looking to work for a Kimura, but she's going to struggle to get it from there, especially against the grappler like Cornelia Holm.
Could use it as a sweep, though.
That's very true.
From half guard.
Looks like Holm's got the wrist control around her back, though. That's going to nullify this attempt, unless Valicek really cranks with strength. Now we can see Cornelia Holm's hand control on that wrist, all the way under the back of her opponent.
Good shoulder pressure here from Holm.
Holm maybe looking to set up this arm triangle.
Is she going to be able to pass this half guard, though? You can see Valicek's got that butterfly hook in. If Holm rushes, she might find herself reversed.
Valicek doesn't want her head a bit to be up against the fence, especially in this shoulder pressure position. She could get really stuck right there.
The one other benefit, you can see the coach right in the corner. She's right in front of her coaches.
Trying for a choke of her own, but
looking to reach over for an Ezekiel, but Cornelia Holm's not going to let it happen.
That'd be something, though.
She's going to struggle to get that from this position, but she is very heavily muscled. Oh, this is interesting. Now she's scooted off to the side a little bit. Good work by Cornelia Holm, clearing the head there. Working good shots to the body. Now that arm triangle's back on for Holm.
She will have to pass.
Good pressure from Holm. You see Valicek struggling with it. Would love to see Holm pass the mount.
One side
of the shoulder pressure. Good job.
Heavy pressure from Cornelia Holm with her left shoulder onto the neck.
It seems Valicek is very aware of that arm triangle, which is going to make it difficult to pin it to the side of her head to get the finish. But Holmes doing a good job of constantly working from top position. That's 2 minutes now of top position time in this round.
Final 90 seconds of this women's flyweight regular season fight here in PFL Europe. Earlier, Valentina Scatizzi advanced to the playoffs. Cornelia Holm looking to stay on top and potentially seize this fight against Marta Valicek on bottom.
Valicek's going to bridge off the fence here.
I want to see more urgency from Holm because, as we said, that second round could very well be a 10-8. In my opinion, she really needs to work for a finish.
Marta's being warned here. She's got her toes hooked in the fence. Little warning. Oh, and she bridges to reverse, but she's caught in her head and arm still. Now in top position, it's going to be far more difficult with the physical strength that she's got for Cornelia Holm to close that off.
Holm could have it.
She's certainly trying. She might as well give it everything. There's 30 seconds left. And this will absolutely count as a submission attempt as well, which is going to go a long way to the scorecards.
It's looking very tight here.
It's very tight.
She's turning purple. And she's out. Nice job by Valicek.
Resilience there from Marta Valicek. Both fighters have shown their fair share of it in this contest. Hammer fist from the top. These are the final 10 seconds of the fight.
Strong finish from Valicek here.
Really good fight.
Incredible final moment of that fight. I need to see how many points of contact Marta Valicek had on the mat. I think that was a legal up kick. I think she timed it perfectly, Steph.
I think she was on her feet, squatted down. It looked like it was a legal shot to me.
I wasn't ready for it either.
What a pace those ladies set.
Let's take a look at the replay here and decide if this was...
Yeah, there it is.
2 points of contact on the mat. Cornelia Holm says, I still got 3 seconds left.
Great timing. And ran at her opponent to try and close the fight off with a strong performance. Really good fight from both of them. You've got to wonder how heavy is that head kick going to play into the scores in that second round.
Well, both of you referenced that it could have been potentially a 10-8 round.
Yeah.
And I think I agree up to the point when Cornelia Holm was able to hit that second calf kick and put Marta onto her back with it. I think...
Do you think that balances the round?
I don't think it balances the round, but I think it makes it a 10-9 round at the very least.
I very much agree with you, Sean.
Yeah.
So, again, we'll go to the judges' scorecard for the women's flyweight division with a tough job. Even that last round, right, was, I think, pretty obviously controlled by Cornelia Holm. But you never know because of the late flurry from Valicek. And then, of course, those final 3 seconds, you got to be paying attention the whole time. Oh, man. Incredible back and forth. The PFL regular season begins next Saturday, April 1st. First of 3 straight shows in Las Vegas. You can watch right here on DAZN. Andy Shepard with an official decision.
After 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. The judges scored this bout 29-28 Holm, 29-28 Valicek, and 29-28 for your winner via split decision, Cornelia Holm!
Were the takedowns for Cornelia Holm that won her the fight in the end, Ben?
Pressure, cage control, pushing forward always, trying to make her opponent work. Those calf kicks were very, very evident in that second round. Marta gave a great performance. I would love to see her back in the PFL cage at some point in the future. She gave a great account of herself. It was a very, very close fight, but she just couldn't hide that damage to the calf kick. And of course, that third round was Cornelia Holm all the way.
Yeah, hiding damage from the calf kicks. Whew.
I can feel it myself.
Tough thing to do.
All right, I'm here with the winner, Cornelia Holm. Incredible back and forth fight. First, let's talk about the not so fun part for you. The head kick that comes up, drops you. Now, you recovered very, very quickly, but how much trouble were you in?
Not that much. I felt pretty safe as soon as I landed, but yeah, I mean, it didn't look good.
Well, that moment didn't look all that great, but the rest of the fight, incredible back and forth. You were able to score some kicks. You dropped her, kicked the legs right out from under her. Did you know when you hit the first calf kick how compromised she was?
No, I don't think I was, no. But damn, this was an amazing fight. I've never been knocked down like that, so just overall, fuck, that was back and forth amazing.
It was a great fight. You took control in that third round with the wrestling. You get on top, and then she flips you. In that moment, what were you thinking?
I was like, damn, can my coach tell me the time? Because, yeah, I felt like I won the last round anyway, and I knew that, or I didn't know. I was like, maybe I'm down 2 rounds. I'm not sure, so yeah.
If you had 10 more seconds in that fight, do you get the finish after the up kick?
Oh yeah, of course.
She was hunting for the finish. She gets the decision. Cornelia Holm is moving on to the PFL Europe playoffs.
Really good to see Cornelia Holm progress in this playoff. She'll be moving through to Paris, where she'll fight her next opponent. If she wins that, she's in the finals. There's $100,000 on the table for her. Big smiles for Cornelia Holm, although she seems a little bit annoyed at herself as well. Good energy from Cornelia Holm, Sean.
Man. I said it earlier, I will say it again. If what we have seen tonight so far in our first ever PFL Europe event is any indication what we're in store for the rest of the season, what we're in store for as these regional leagues continue to grow in the PFL, this is why Stefan Struve, the PFL, built this, because there's so much undiscovered talent worldwide that deserves a place on a stage like the PFL, on a stage like the Zone, on a stage like ESPN. We've seen incredible skill, incredible heart, back and forth, and we're still not to the main feature fights.
Crazy. And the arena's really full now. The atmosphere's bouncing in here. And you wait till Lewis McGrillen walks out in that special feature bout. It is going to be wild in here.
Up next, it'll be the light heavyweights. Andy Shepard brings them out. Anthony Salomon out of France, Daniel Ladero out of Spain. Both of these guys at the weigh-in yesterday. Big boys.
Big boys. Scary boys. And Salomon's gained some serious muscle mass since the last time we saw him in here against Will Fleury. But Ladero is an incredible grappler. I was watching his highlight reels last night. Knee bars to ankle locks to guillotines. The guy is very, very slick. What a fight this is going to be. Speed versus size.
Yeah, Ladero is very fun to watch, and Salomon does his best work in the clinch, being a Greco-Roman wrestler, so I'm really interested to see how it's going to play out.
Right.
Making his way to the cage, fighting out of the blue corner, Daniel Laredo.
All 3 of his wins, to reference what Dan Hardy just brought up, by way of submission. He is a jiu-jitsu black belt, 2019 runner-up at the ADCC European Trials. That was at heavyweight, by the way. He's now fighting down here at 93 cage.
Fighting out of the blue corner, Daniel Laredo.
That is a man, fighting has been inside this man from a very, very young age.
Why fighting?
Yeah.
From when I was younger, I was always inside of me from fighting. From always. I started with 5 years judo, then taekwondo, then with jiu-jitsu, and then altogether MMA. Also, for winning the belt from PFL Europa will be the best moment in my career, of course.
debut just last year. Came up from middleweight, felt like he was a little bit undersized, got himself in the weight room, and you can see the results. 4 of his 7 wins have come from a finish. Stefan Struve told you he's a Greco-Roman wrestler, so 2 grappling specialists here.
The question is, does he use his Greco to keep this one standing? Because I guarantee Salomon's going to have the speed advantage here. He's very accurate with his right hand. And of course, Ladero is going to want this fight on the floor. Might be striker v grappler, as cliche as that is. But Greco could be the deciding factor.
That man right there, Francis Anthony Salomon, he truly recognizes the value of this opportunity.
Pour moi, ça représente beaucoup de devenir champion des light heavyweight au PFL. Ça serait un grand accomplissement dans ma carrière sportive en tant que combattant de MMA. Et ça voudrait dire que je suis enfin parmi les meilleurs combattants au monde, tout simplement, et je pense que j'en ai le potentiel.
So the keys to victory here, Salomon's got to use the speed advantage, but Ladero's got to use the size advantage. Dirty boxing and anti-clinch for Salomon. Use frames to keep space, but get this fight to the floor without getting hit too much in the clinch is the goal for Ladero.
The following is a PFL Europe regular season contest in the light heavyweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a grappling specialist and stands 6 feet 2 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 205.1 pounds and holds a professional record of 3 victories and 1 defeat. Fighting out of Gran Canaria, Spain, the white gorilla, Daniel Ladero. And his opponent fighting out of the red corner. He is a wrestling specialist and stands 6 feet even. He weighed in officially at 204.5 pounds and holds a professional record of 7 wins and a single defeat. Fighting out of Lille, France, the White Bear, Anthony Salomon. Your referee in charge, Mark Goddard.
Well, when you got light heavyweights in the cage, you might as well throw in a referee who can handle both of them.
You've got to have someone that's got some grappling skills and size for these boys.
Watch for the leg locks from Ladero. He's really, really good with them. He loves to hunt for leg locks.
Anthony Salomon in the blue eats a big leg kick. Ladero in the gray. Right hand to the body there from Anthony Salomon.
Jab, yeah.
I think we're going to see Salomon go to the... Oh, that was a hard low kick, my goodness.
2 very good low kicks from Ladero so far.
He is a big man with a lot of power. And so far, we're not in his area of expertise. This is 2 grapplers that are feeling out the striking process. That time it was Salomon with the chopping leg kick.
Just trading hard low kicks at this point. I feel like Salomon's going to try and keep going to the body so he can open up the head shot. I think that speed advantage is going to be evident as long as this fight stays on the feet.
We told you Anthony Salomon has only experienced 1 defeat in his career. That was right here inside a PFL Smart Cage. He was part of a showcase bout last year against Will Fleury. His first opportunity as a light heavyweight. Man, that lead leg is already compromised for Anthony Salomon. 3 kicks from Ladero have done a job.
It's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen here in the clinch.
The other useful thing about Salomon having a Greco background is that he's all upper body, so he's not level changing and putting himself at risk of those neck attacks of Ladero. He loves to jump on a guillotine, and it's a very, very tight squeeze, which gets a fast tap from most of his opponents. Nice uppercut. Feel that right hand coming over that lead shoulder in a moment when Salomon feels comfortable he's got the range. Being patient, waiting for the level. There it is. Perfect timing on the level change from Ladero, though. Misses that right hand.
Good work by Salomon to shrug it back up chest to chest.
Getting Salomon down with the body lock. Not the easiest thing to do.
2 more uppercuts from Anthony Salomon and then a chopping left hand to the body. Anthony Salomon, you can see, Dan Hardy, the improvements from the last time we saw him.
Ladeiro's hurt here. Ladeiro's hurt here. This might be the end of the fight.
Anthony Salomon back on the win column.
What speed. What speed for light heavyweight.
Wow.
What did you say again, Sean O'Connell, about the light heavyweights?
Finishers, baby.
That was incredible. And he caught Ladeiro. You'll see it back in the replay. He caught Ladeiro with a good shot, and you could see Ladeiro moving back and trying to clear his eye. He took a good shot to the eye socket. Salomon saw that vulnerability, and he jumped on him.
I think it was the uppercut, Stefan Struve. He landed one in the open, a lead uppercut at distance. In the clinch, he landed 2 more. And then when Ladeiro pressed Anthony Salomon back against the cage, he grabbed a hold of that necktie and went to work with the dirty boxing.
Scary thought for the other 205ers that someone with his Greco-Roman background is developing his striking so perfectly.
I can't stress enough how important it is to talk about development with these fighters, these European fighters in particular. Last year, Anthony Salomon, the first time he stepped into the smart cage, looked maybe a little overwhelmed, looked a little bit hesitant. Anything but tonight. It is a night and day difference between those 2 performances from the White Bear. Incredible work.
In the past, he has taken breaks to go back to wrestling, to focus on that. But now he's got a goal. He's got $100,000 at the end of the year to focus on. That's something to work for as a wrestler.
And an amazing investment into your training camp as well for your future training. Look at these shots on the inside, uppercuts up the center line. Nice single necktie, big uppercut up the center line. Salomon with great footwork. He's going to move it. Oh, beautiful, solid uppercuts up the center line. Here's the big knee.
Oh, beautiful.
You can see the mouth guard come out and roll towards the center of the cage. Piles on the pressure, and Ladeiro had to turn away and cover.
Can only imagine how strong Salomon is when he gets you in the tie plum.
I mean, look at that single necktie, able to control such a big man. Pulls him down onto that knee and then follows him to the floor.
What a performance.
We have some scary light heavyweight, Sean O'Connell.
All academic at that point. Goodness gracious, Anthony Salomon.
Referee Mark Goddard calls a halt to this contest at 2 minutes and 19 seconds of round number 1. Declaring your winner via TKO, Anthony Salomon.
A really solid performance. Well, we've got 2 light heavyweights that have now punched their ticket and moved through to the next bracket. Salomon and, of course, Abdallah Erami, 2 big punchers. I'm excited to see where this guy goes. You know, settled at light heavyweight now. I think he's going to grow into this weight class. Let's see what he's got to say with Sean O'Connell.
All right, I'm here with the White Bear, Anthony Salomon, back to his winning ways. We talked about your wrestling background, your Greco, but it was the striking tonight that made the difference. How hard have you been working on developing your hands?
Comment tu as développé tes qualités de striker alors qu'on t'attendait à la lutte?
Okay. First time, thank you God, alhamdulillah. Thank you my wife, thank you my children, my family, my partner, my team, and thank you my boxing coach, Julien Denoyel, and my partner for Jiu-Jitsu, Nai, and I'm happy, sorry.
Well, you don't need to translate that. Let's talk about the big knee. You pulled him down in the clinch, you hit the big knee. Did you know it was over from there?
Yeah. Tu as travaillé avec les genoux, tu as bien travaillé sur le clinch, à la transition avec les genoux, ça lui a fait très mal.
C'est une tactique qu'on a préparée ensemble. Ça faisait partie du game plan, on savait à quoi s'attendre. J'ai beaucoup progressé en boxe, j'ai pas eu le temps de le prouver. Et je savais qu'il allait bloquer et qu'il allait partir à ses bases, le jiu-jitsu. Sauf que je suis un lutteur, j'ai confiance en ma lutte. Donc voilà, le genou, c'était le bonus.
We had prepared a lot our striking, and the tactic was to avoid his grappling and to finish in ground and pound, and with the knee, it was a plus.
Obviously, you punched your ticket to the PFL Europe playoffs in Paris, France. Are you excited to fight on home soil again?
Tu vas aller au PFL à Paris. Est-ce que tu es content? Est-ce que...
PFL, welcome to Paris.
Anthony Salomon.
That's going to feel great for Salomon walking out on home soil after an impressive fight like that. And look at this finish again. Right hand over the top, single necktie, uppercuts up the center line. He creates a bit of space, fires that knee up the center line, and then follows his injured opponent to the floor to throw a few more shots to get the referee to stop the fight. What a beautiful performance and such speed. I mean, he might be undersized for this weight class, but if these light heavyweights can't keep his hands off their chin, he's going to be problems for everybody.
There's a look at Arcadianomics post-fight stats here on the zone. Anthony Salomon landed 23, the big knee, and then the strikes on the ground to finish it off. Impressive performance and his first light heavyweight win after coming up just months ago from the middleweight division. PFL Champions Journey available now on DAZN. Ray Cooper, Ante Dilia, Ali Isaev. Go check out all the Champions Journeys available on DAZN and PFLMMA.com. All right, we're underway here, right in the meat of it, in the first PFL Europe regular season. So let's take a look at who's advancing, who's moving on. Incredible action so far. Still to come, Simeon Powell, Muhammad Amin, Dakota Ditcheva, Marlon Hermanson, and Ricardo Nocilia, Jakob Nedo, another light heavyweight contest coming up next. Both of those guys finishers, by the way. So I'm not banking on a decision there either. So that's still to come. And to this point, we've had incredible back and forth fights in the women's flyweight division. 2 split decisions, razor thin margins at 125 pounds for these women. And of course, some impressive performances to get us to this point in the light heavyweight division. Sean O'Connell here beside the Smart Cage with Dan Hardy, Stefan Struve. I had high hopes. I was very optimistic about what our first PFL Europe regular season event was going to look like. I don't think that I thought it was going to be this good, Stefan.
It could not have played out better so far. Very close back and forth fights, amazing finishes, everything you want to see in MMA.
So it puts pressure in some ways on the remaining fighters, because what you have is you've got fighters advancing, right? But we still have to figure out how these fighters are going to be seated. So if you're going to be seated where you want to be seated, you have to perform in a very impressive fashion because of the bar that's been set.
Absolutely. You know, of course, you want a good performance, but we've had 2 close split decisions in the women's flyweight division. We've still got another women's flyweight fight in the co-main event, but of course, the light heavyweights are just putting each other away. And of course, we've got Nedo and Nocilia, and then we've got the main event with Amin and Simeon Powell. All fighters that you know full well want those first-round finishes if they can get them, but can they get them is the big question, and who does that line them up for in the next bracket?
You alluded to it, so let's talk about it. That co-main event in the women's flyweight division, our last women's flyweight fight on the card tonight, and Dakota Ditcheva, undefeated so far. She's put in an incredible training camp. I saw her at the hotel earlier today. I said, "Are you nervous on fight day?" And she gave me kind of that laugh, like, yes and no. The moment's coming for her. Does she rise to the occasion?
You know, she always rises to the occasion. It doesn't mean that she doesn't have a tough test in front of her. And it's a very winnable fight, but it's also a fight she could lose because Hermansson is incredibly tough. Of course, Dakota, she's young, she's undefeated. She's got experience in Muay Thai as well. She comes from a family of champions, so she feels like this is her territory. She feels at home in the cage. But Malin Hermansson, she's an excellent boxer. She's going to be hanging her hands low, trying to tempt Dakota to throw at her so she can counter. This is not a foregone conclusion by any stretch of the imagination, but of course all hopes are high for Dakota Ditcheva because of how she's performing so far.
We'll still see that later tonight on DAZN Mixed Martial Arts. Up next, more regular season action here in the light heavyweight division. Ricardo Nocilia and Jakub Nedo. Italy versus Slovenia.
Making his way into the cage, fighting out of the blue corner, Jakub Nedo.
He's 5-1 and all 5 of his wins are first round finishes. He fought in Brave previously, undefeated there. His last fight out, TKO finish in the first round.
This guy's a scary individual. He was one of the most imposing figures on the stage yesterday at the weigh-ins. I remember his opponent walking up, and you'll see the size difference between these two. And as we saw from the last fight, size doesn't mean that you're going to win the fight, but he is a very physically imposing person. If he's able to get this fight to the top, and he can start landing those ground and pound shots, there's a lot of power that he can generate. It'll be a very difficult test for Nocilia to get himself out from underneath this individual if he gets trapped on the bottom position.
Well, you can see the physique right there, and that's the kind of physique that allows you to be a professional mixed martial artist and to have been a professional athlete in another sport before you started fighting.
That's amazing, isn't it?
I trained professionally handball before, and the handball is a team sport, so I wanted to be more in a spotlight, so I decided to go with my friend on the MMA training. And I fell in love on the first sight, and then I got obsessed with it. I wanted to do something that pushed me out of my comfort zone and build me as a person.
And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, Ricardo Nocilia.
Well, I told you Jakub Nedo likes to finish. This man has 8 wins. All of them are finishes. All of them are first round finishes. He's a former light heavyweight champion in 2 different organizations. To call him aggressive typically is an understatement.
It is absolutely an understatement. And he kind of occupies the same space as Nedo. They both want this fight on the floor where they can work those heavy ground and pound shots. We might see a striking exchange with neither of these guys attempting takedowns. But I've got to think that one of these fighters feel like they can dominate in the wrestling exchanges. And I feel like the size advantage of Nedo might force Nocilia to take a different route in this fight, to keep it standing, keep it in the striking range.
And Nocilia shared his thoughts with us on the emotions associated with winning and losing in this sport.
I like about this sport the glory. When you fight, when you win the fight is, I think, the best emotion I try in my life. So I want this emotion for me all the time, because when I feel this emotion, I feel alive. When you lose the fight, is not very good moment, but you can take this moment for become more strong, for understand what you do wrong and make better.
Let's take a look at our tail of the tape for this PFL Europe light heavyweight regular season contest. Ricardo Nocilia is 7 years older than Jakub Nedo. Nedo is the taller fighter who also weighed in just over a pound heavier. Reach advantage on both the arms and the legs, favoring Jakub Nedo out of Slovenia.
So the keys to victory for this one, Neto's got to vary his right-hand targets. He's very good at targeting the head and the body. He's got great body lock takedowns, and he can look for rear naked chokes in the scrambles. For Nosiglia, he's got to attack the calves, chop the legs away, keep takedowns out in the open so it takes the cage away from his opponent scrambling, and then ground and pound from top position is a key.
Andy Shepherd, to you.
The following fight is a PFL Europe regular season contest in the light heavyweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a striking specialist and stands 6'3" tall. He weighed in officially at 205.8 pounds and has amassed a professional record of 5 wins and 1 loss. Fighting out of Ljubljana, Slovenia, the Gorilla, Jakub Nedo! And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He is an MMA specialist and stands 6 feet 1 inch tall. He weighed in officially at 204.6 pounds and holds a professional record of 8 victories and 3 defeats. Fighting out of Padua, Italy, Riccardo Walking Dead Nocilia. Your referee judge, Sam Amidi.
Sam Amidi to oversee the action here. He's got ref cam on. He can take us right inside the smart cage. Like that. Nocilia in the blue trunks, Neto in the gray.
Gentlemen, round 1, you ready? You ready? Let's go.
Touch of the gloves, and we are underway in the penultimate light heavyweight contest of the evening.
Nocilia just testing the range with a few jab feints. I wonder if they're both waiting for one another to shoot a double here.
Searching left hook there from Nocilia, and then a jab behind it. And now a clash of these two titans. Oh, right uppercut landed, snuck through there for Nocilia. Swinging away early.
Beautiful jab!
That's the finish!
What a finish. Put him down with a jab, followed up with a big shot.
Stefan, you called it. He stomped down on that jab, and that was all it took.
I can't wait to see the replay of that. 2 clean shots. That jab as Nocilia was stepping in, put him right on his chin. And Nocilia's sat up now, a little dejected, of course, but there's no denying the power that was following behind that jab.
When you can do that with a jab, wow. That's a scary individual right here.
In review, gentlemen, if you don't mind, our first light heavyweight contest. Actually, take a look at this.
Oh, look at that jab.
Stepped into it beautifully.
He was just about recovering, tried to get his eyes on his opponent, and then that massive right hand came down the center line.
It's a good stoppage. You can see that when that right hand landed, Nocilia was no longer looking.
Oh, man.
Wow.
He really loaded everything into that jab. Beautiful work. Great follow-up.
When they look for the definition of a stiff jab in the boxing encyclopedia, it's going to be a gif of that knockdown right there. Bang!
Oh, man.
Beautiful. And then one big follow-up shot. A great stoppage by the referee there. You can see his opponent still doesn't exactly know where he is.
He's looking at the lights, not at his opponent. That's a great stoppage. And as I said, now's the time. In review, okay? Our first light heavyweight contest of the night. Abdullah Al-Rami with a big body shot and a finish. And then just one fight ago, Anthony Salomon with the big knee and the ground and pound to finish. And then in less than 1 minute, the jab and the right hand follow-up. The PFL Europe light heavyweight division is scary.
Terrifying.
Andy Shepherd, make it official.
Referee Sam Amidi calls a halt to the action at 48 seconds of round number 1, declaring your winner via KO, Jakub Nedo!
finish, Stefan Struve. My goodness, we're both standing here speechless right now. What these light heavyweights are delivering tonight. I mean, close split decision fights in the women's flyweight and devastating finishes by these light heavies. Jacob Nadeau, we have to keep an eye on this guy. He's got to be another one of the favorites in the tournament. What scary power in his hands. All right, let's see what Sean O'Connell has to say to the victor.
And it didn't take long, under 1 minute, and Jacob Nadeau with a jab and then the follow-up right hand. Now let's talk about it. A jab is not supposed to be a knockdown punch. A jab is supposed to be something that sets up a power punch. How did you load so much power into that jab?
I do a lot of strength and conditioning, and maybe the power comes also when I train handball for 9 years. And can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What did I ask you when we come back from the plane? What did I tell you?
You told me that you were going to do this, that you were going to get the finish. We were on the same airplane flying in, and in the shuttle to the hotel, you told me it was going to be a quick finish. It didn't even take 1 whole minute. Let's talk about the rest of this light heavyweight division in PFL Europe. We still need to see Simeon Powell, but we saw 2 finishes before you, a finish here. Are we going to see finishes the whole way through in this division?
I will do my best. I will I will show in a fight. I met all the guys. They are great guys, but we will share this octagon, and I'm so grateful that I can be here in PFL. So I want to thank Newcastle. I want to thank to my coaches, family, and friends. All the best.
Well, congratulations. We will see you in Paris for the playoffs. Jacob Nadeau, ladies and gentlemen.
My goodness, the possibilities of matching these guys up for Paris is just mouth-watering. We've got one more light heavyweight fight to go in the main event. Simeon Powell, Muhammad Amin. They've got a real standard to meet with these 3 light heavyweight finishes that we've already had, Stefan Struve.
Yeah, very exciting division. I'm very happy I'm not a judge with all these close matches with the women in the flyweight division. I'm also happy I'm not part of this light heavyweight division, because this is a scary division.
I think I'd rather be a judge than a light heavyweight right now, Sean.
You can see the Cageonomics stats bundle here on the zone, and look, it only took 5. One of them was a jab, and then the right hand to follow up.
One for ground strikes.
One on ground strikes, and that's all it took. and that's the promise of the big boys, right? So much power, so much speed. And you heard Jacob Nadeau, right? I said, how do you put that much power to jab? He's like, well, maybe some of that comes from playing handball. He was a team handball player in the Olympic development program. I mean, this guy is an elite athlete, and now we find him in PFL Europe's light heavyweight division. I am right now in awe of what potential we have at 205 pounds. And of course, Dan Hardy, my job, I get the good fortune if I call PFL Global. That starts next week, and light heavyweights are on deck next week, and I'm seeing some of these guys and wondering if they would be able to compete already.
Right, exactly. I mean, you know, the whole division stacked from the global to PFL Europe, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. When we start getting out into Europe and really recruiting more fighters, it's just going to be superstar after superstar. You are just getting a glimpse of what PFL Europe is going to bring to the MMA world.
How much pressure does that put on Simeon Powell?
I think he's going to be able to deal with that. What he's shown so far in his career, I think this streak is going to continue. I'm pretty sure that the light heavyweight main event is not going to disappoint.
Well, so, you're the alternate, you know. You're the alternate for this. You're ready to step back in this, Sean, right?
People ask me all the time. They're just like, do you miss it? Do you want to come back and fight? And sometimes I'll be honest. I'm like, yeah, I kind of do. Then I sit down and I watch fights like that and fighters like that, and I say, you know what? I have the right job now.
I'm good.
I'm good right here. Okay, an incredible showcase of European talent. There is now a path to world prominence in the sport of mixed martial arts for European fighters, and it is through this season. In Berlin, July 8th, we'll have another regular season event. 2 different weight classes, not the same we're seeing tonight. And then in Paris, the playoffs. Everyone who wins in our regular season events jumps into the playoffs in Paris. The championship will be December 8th in Dublin. $100,000 on the line. You know, someone who's hoping to find herself in that December 8th championship is Dakota Ditcheva, part of our co-main event tonight. She's backstage with the fourth man on the broadcast team, Wade Plett. Wade?
I am here in the locker room moments before Dakota Ditcheva makes the walk, and I gotta ask, the attention has been swirling around you all week. How are you dealing with everything? It's fight time now. Are you just ready to get in there?
Yeah, I'm excited now. I mean, it's been a tough few days, you know, all the media and stuff, but I've enjoyed every minute of it, and I'm excited to get back in now.
Well, I'm saying you're handling it well, and on stage yesterday, there was a little bit of back and forth. You know, there was a little bit of some beef there between you and your opponent. Was there anything that you saw on stage yesterday that you thought, okay, I got her now. Now it's time to go?
No, I don't look too much into it, to be honest. She looks a little bit nervous, but I would if you were fighting me, so that's all I can.
I'm nervous just interviewing you. I don't want to catch any hands before you get out there, but I'll ask you this one thing. You're looking to punch your ticket to Paris, right? Everyone wants to go. I want to go. How do you get this one done tonight and keep the hype train going?
Exactly like the last time. I mean, she's got a lot to say, so I'm expecting a good fight, but I'll definitely be going for the stoppage like I always do.
She's looking to stop Hermansson tonight and punch her ticket to Paris. Dakota Ditcheva. I'm Wade Plemons. She's about to go in and face the challenge. PFL Europe #1, and we're just getting started.
All right, thanks, Wade. Thank you, Dakota. Man, it's a brave kid running back there and getting an interview with Dakota right before she's getting ready to fight. I would steer clear.
Yeah, absolutely. She's warmed up and ready to go.
Okay, so we've got Dakota Ditcheva, Malin Hermansson in a league fight for the co-main event. We've got Muhammad Amin and Simeon Powell in a league fight in the main event. But let's talk about what's coming up next. Non-league showcase bout between two guys that just cannot stand one another. Dan, what are we looking at?
We're looking at a guy that's 6-0, undefeated, a young kid, early 20s. He's practically filled this arena tonight with his fans. He's taking on Salih Kulukan, who's got double the professional experience. He's also boxed professionally. He's a very wise individual, and he sees this heat coming in his direction from this young kid, and he feels like he can rise above it. But what you can't rise above is big knockout power, and that's what Lewis McGrillen's got. Salih Kulukan's got to stay away from that power. The question is, can he? And this arena's going to go wild when McGrillen walks out.
Salih Kulukan and Lewis McGrillen were just face-to-face, tooth-to-tooth during the weigh-ins. And Stefan, we talked about this. It's a young fighter with a lot of promise and a veteran who's got some big-time wins already under his belt, looking to derail the hype train.
Yeah, he was very calm in weigh-ins as well. Called him a little boy, little kid. I'll deal with you tomorrow. And as you said, a couple of really nice wins. He's got the experience to deal with this. And I question if McGrillen is maybe already looking past him a little too much, but can't wait to see what's going to happen in the cage.
Real fiery on the stage yesterday. I just can't wait for these guys to get started. I said to them both yesterday after, I said, look, 24 hours, we're in a countdown. Keep your hands off one another and give the fans what they've come for. It's going to be an incredible battle, this one is.
Yeah, we got the veteran against the big prospect. The big prospect who loves to talk.
And there's such noise around this kid. You know, there's so many people talking about him. Like I said, like literally a third of this arena is his fans tonight.
Yeah.
And as a young kid, 6-0, can you imagine being in this position right now? A feature bout on a PFL Europe card. I mean, there's going to be a lot of people. His social media is going to boom after this, right?
Yeah, he can make a huge statement tonight. Huge platform for him to showcase himself again tonight. And very talented. Can't wait to see what the future holds for him.
All right, we're going to throw it back to Wade Plem backstage. I think he's with Muhammad Amin at the moment. Wade.
I am here with the main event of the evening in PFL Europe #1. He is one half of that main event. It is Muhammad Amin. How you doing tonight, man?
I'm good, man.
I can tell it's very calm, cool, relaxed right now. You're feeling in this moment. You're in the locker room now. What are the thoughts, the feelings heading into this main event? You've been called a kickboxer only. While Simeon's saying he's doing MMA, he said you're just going to kickbox. What are your words for him?
Let's see. Let's see if I'm going to kickbox only.
The people here, they know your name. They understand the stakes at hand here. $100,000 on the line. How do you get this one done tonight and punch your ticket to Paris?
I will win. No matter how, no matter what, I will win.
Like I said, he's calm, cool, collected. Mo Amin is looking to punch his ticket and get into the next round of PFL Europe #1.
Looking super calm, Muhammad Amin. I mean, 2-inch height advantage for Simeon Powell, a huge reach advantage of 10 inches, and also a leg reach as well. I mean, how much is that going to mean for Muhammad Amin? With his striking game being the prevalent part of his game, he's fighting someone quite a bit bigger.
Yeah, and I think when they get to the cage, I expect Simeon Powell to be quite a bit heavier as well. Powell has never fought anybody with the skill set of Amin. Powell is very elusive. Amin needs to come forward, pressure him, throw those leg kicks, although Simeon Powell also has a win by leg kicks. Going to be super interesting to see how it's going to play out. But Simeon Powell is going to have to use that elusiveness, move away, don't go toe-to-toe with Amin because he's got huge power. And we haven't really seen a lot of takedowns from Simeon Powell yet in his career, but today he may have to use more than he has showed so far.
I agree. I think, you know, the one that keeps this more of a mixed martial arts fight is the one that's most likely going to come out with the victory. But that exchange of low kicks, I mean, Muhammad Amin, he likes to walk people down anyway. We've seen that in his kickboxing matches. But because Simeon Powell's got such good movement, such good footwork, how big of a key for Muhammad Amin are those low kicks going to be against a taller opponent?
Take away that movement. He's moving very, very smooth, as his nickname is, on those long legs, cutting angles, throwing all sorts of different strikes. And I think that, you know, the leg kicks could be a really big part of Amin's game. They should be, but, yeah, we're going to see how it's going to play out in just a little bit.
I think we've got Wade playing backstage again. What have you got for us, Wade?
I am here, and folks, we are about to get into our featured showcase fight. Louis McGrillen, Salik Kaluulan. It is a different feel for this one. Big fight feel. And as you guys watch me, you can watch Louis McGrillen walking right by. It's a calm, cool, collected scene. But I'm telling you right now, someone's about to put on a show. 6-0 Louis McGrillen. 5 first-round stoppages. Salik's saying, you're still a kid. You're not ready for this moment. But I was in that locker room, and he absolutely is. Who takes this one? I guess we'll find out. Sean, back to you.
All right, before we roll into the next fight, we have a very special guest in the cage with Sean O'Connell. I am interested to see who that special guest is and what they've got to tell us.
Dan Hardy, we have Newcastle royalty in the building tonight. Newcastle's own Savannah Marshall, professional boxer. Recently fought Claressa Shields, one half of the most watched women's boxing fight in UK history. We're trying to build the PFL Europe fights to that stage. What was it like to be part of the most watched women's boxing fight in the history of this great country?
It was absolutely amazing just to be a part of this great surge of the whole country getting behind female sport. It was unbelievable.
Speaking of female sport, we've had incredible women's flyweight fights tonight so far. We've had some great light heavyweight action. What have you thought of the PFL Europe action to this point?
It's been brilliant. It's been a great night. The atmosphere is absolutely buzzing. It's the first time I've seen the Octagon in the virtual arena, and it's exciting.
So when you look at a cage like this, you're used to competing in the squared circle with the ropes and whatnot. Is there any inkling, any part of you that's like, you know what, I like this canvas. I'd like to know what it feels like to press someone up against the cage here. Would you ever consider making the transition to mixed martial arts?
100%. If the price was right, of course I would.
That's always the answer if the price is right. Now listen, you fought Claressa Shields in boxing. She's already made that transition, had a couple of pro mixed martial arts fights. We know it can be done. What's stopping you from doing it?
Obviously, there's still things I want to achieve in boxing. Obviously, the rematch with Clarissa is one of them. Whether or not it'll happen in the ring or the octagon, that's something we'll have to wait and see.
Well, we hope we see you inside of the smart cage as soon as possible. Savannah, enjoy the rest of the fights, and thanks for your time.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Newcastle's own, ladies and gentlemen, Savannah Marshall.
What an exciting time to be a female athlete. You know, they're just getting so much attention now from the sport of mixed martial arts and the sport of boxing, and deservedly so. You know, there was a time when it was all about the male fighters, but what we're seeing tonight, the cage is being shared by the male light heavyweights and the female flyweights. If we can get superstars like Savannah Marshall into this cage for an interview with Sean O'Connell, then let's get some gloves on her, Sean O'Connell.
Let's do it. Get
Right.
the 4 ounces on her.
Whoa.
Let's see what it looks like when someone grabs hold of her and gets her in a clinch and throws a knee or two. No, look, let me wax poetic here for a second. I'm a father. I have 2 daughters. Stefan Struve has a daughter. I'm incredibly proud that our sport, mixed martial arts, is the only place where women share an equal stage with men in the sporting landscape. I'm very, very proud of that when it comes to this sport. What's the prize for a PFL Europe Championship for the women?
$100,000.
What is it for the men?
$100,000.
And PFL Global, Stefan Struve, the prize for a men's championship is
$1 million.
And for a women's championship, it's
$1 million.
That's equality. The literal definition of it. And I'm very, very proud of that. Without further ado, can we get to some fights?
It's time.
On deck, a showcase bout in the bantamweight division, 3 5-minute rounds of professional PFL mixed martial arts action between Lewis McGrillen and Salakula Khan.
Making his way to the cage, fighting out of the blue corner, Salakula Khan. I've been waiting for a year, he's a new star, I've got 2 new cars, I'm waiting. I've written loads of bro, how that's a fact, because I speak Chinese. Come with me to HMP and I'll show you.
Salakula Khan, a proud Londoner, and someone who is here for one thing and one thing only, to derail the hype train. Doesn't like his opponent, knows his opponent doesn't like him, doesn't like what this young kid represents, and he wants to knock off the undefeated record of Lewis McGrillen. Kula Khan responded to the verbal jab from McGrillen.
I've just had a face-to-face with my opponent, trying to be a bit intimidating. Mate, I'm a 30-year-old man, I've got an 8-year-old daughter. When I first turned pro, he was watching cartoons, playing with his toys, talking. This is real life. He's sitting here trying to intimidate me. I'm a fully grown man. Like, I pay bills, I've got rent. Life's hard. Like, I'm not going to let a little so-and-so try and intimidate me. If you look at my opponents, I've fought guys at world level, and he's fought Uber drivers. So he can be cocky all he likes, but you're making a big mistake writing me off.
Fighting out of the red corner, Lewis McGrillen.
Well, you hear the pop from the crowd. Lewis McGrillen sold out his allotment of tickets and then asked for more. He's an angry ginger man, he said, and he's here to prove that all of the excitement, all of the accolades that are headed his way are a guarantee. And you know what? When you put this kid in front of a microphone, he just continues the verbal assault on Salakula Khan.
I think Salakula Khan is just here because he's been blessed to be on PFL. I feel like he's not ready for what I'm going to bring to the table. I think he's in over his head. I feel like he avoided the stare off me earlier on today. It just says a lot about fear and what he's about. He ain't ready for this, honestly. He don't know what's going to hit him. He'll only realise what's hit him when he's walking on the hospital bed.
Take a look at our tail of the tape for this feature showcase bout. Lewis McGrillen, only 22 years of age. Salakula Khan, much older. Both men 5 feet 6 inches tall. 68-inch reach on the arms, giving Lewis McGrillen a 4-inch advantage. Both men have 39-inch legs. You can see and feel the energy from the crowd there. What are the keys to victory in this fight, Dan Hardy?
Well, the obvious key to victory for Kulikan, he's got to maintain his composure, and he has to attack that lead leg. Play the long game. This is 3 rounds. Let this kid burn out a little bit. On McGrillen's side, control the center, straight left to the head and body. Keep working his opponents over, keep bullying him, and make him feel that presence that McGrillen's got in the cage.
Andy Shepard, shall we?
The following is a special showcase bout in the bantamweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He's an MMA specialist and stands 5 feet 6 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 134.8 pounds and holds a record of 6 wins, 7 losses, and 1 no contest. Fighting out of London, England, the Ram Man, opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He is also an MMA specialist and stands 5 feet 6 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 135.8 pounds. He holds a perfect professional record of 6 victories and no losses. Fighting out of Manchester, England, Lewis your referee in charge, Mark Goddard.
McGrillen in the yellow trunks, Kulikan in the gray. Feature showcase bout, non-league action here. Southpaw stance for McGrillen.
You can see Kulikan circling away from that left hand straight away. He knows where the danger is. Kulikan's got a good check left hook. Oh! Big power straight away, but look at that composure from McGrillen. Taking his time. He's looking for his opportunity. He's threatening that uppercut.
Twice to the body now for McGrillen.
Oh, big head kick. Kulikan moving constantly to his side, moving away from that left hand. And the left kick, the power of McGrillen. McGrillen dominating the space here with presence. You've got to think the longer this fight goes, the more it leans towards Kulikan. Double the pro experience, as well as that boxing record.
McGrillen also very composed though. Not wasting energy. Taking a good look at the...
Beautiful uppercut on the level change.
Back to his feet.
Kulikan right into something.
Kulikan's not going away. If he wanted out of this fight, that was his opportunity. Goes for a single leg. He gets it.
Nice work by Sala Kulikan.
Beautiful.
Still on the single, but McGrillen back to his feet.
Great work by McGrillen, getting back to his feet there. Finding his way off the fence. He's looking for that straight left to the body.
Inside leg kick there from Kulikan.
Keep showing that uppercut at the center line to try and discourage Kulikan from level changing. Oh, there it is again. Very fast left hand of McGrillen. Lovely footwork. I love how he cuts him off. There's the head kick again. Kulikan's taking these shots and he's rebounding. There's a level change again. Beautiful sprawl.
I think he had an uppercut on the way in. Kulikan went all the way down to his forehead.
Huge power in that left hand for McGrillen.
McGrillen trying to find his perfect shot here. I think he feels good. Oh, there it is! Left hand! arena certainly thinks so. My goodness.
The power in that left hand is unreal.
Unreal. For a bantamweight, the way that he moves, his composure. It's a strong night for these guys.
He knocked him down with body shots. Knocked him off balance with body shots.
The left hand, Kulikan knew it was coming, but he wasn't able to avoid it. He wasn't able to stop it. The left hand of Lewis McGrillen is an inevitability.
You've got to love the diversity of that left hand. He was coming up the center line. He was going to the body. He was coming up to the head. Beautiful work. Beautiful work by McGrillen. We're going to be hearing a lot from this kid in the future. Make a note of this kid's name. Lewis McGrillen has arrived.
7-0 now.
What a night for McGrillen on this platform. Would love to see the replay on that.
And Stefan Struve, you will see it.
Fucking come on! I don't even know what to say about Colby, stop! The kid knocked out the man! As I said, that's really the kid!
What's it like when you see a prospect like that, like 7-0, right? 22 years old. Like, just put yourself in his position. We're all fighters. We all wanted a career like this, flying through the ranks unbeaten, starching everybody. Didn't quite work out for me, guys, but I love to see a prospect like that just cruising through to the victory.
Here's the replays. Oh my goodness.
Wow. Just so clean, right on the chin. Bang, look
Beautiful.
at that. Lovely follow through as well. You see the punch show itself over the rear shoulder of Kulikan. Beautiful follow through on that punch. And Kulikan, he was up on his feet every time he got knocked down. He attempted takedowns. He gave McGrillen problems, and McGrillen solved them.
I mean, look at this. This punch finishes 2 foot behind Kulikan. Right through the chin.
Perfect placement from McGrillen.
Look at that.
And look, that was the final, that was the last point, the emphasis. But he landed uppercuts. He landed body shots that at least off balance Kulikan. That left hand, he didn't even need to throw the right, Stefan.
No, it didn't matter where he landed. He landed on the body. He off balanced Kulikan. He showed him the uppercut, and Kulikan was like, no, I'm not going to go for that takedown. Then he finishes him with a beautiful straight left. What a performance.
I think the variety, as you were saying, of the left hand is really one of the things that allowed that target to open up, because Kulikan knew it was coming up the center or around the side. He couldn't judge it, so he didn't know where to block.
Andy Shepard will make this one official.
Referee Mark Goddard calls a stop to the action at 2 minutes and 33 seconds of round number 1. Declaring your winner via knockout, Lewis the Bruiser McGrillen.
Let's go, let's go, Manchester.
All right, I'm here.
All right. Let's see what Sean O'Connell's got to say to the winner. I'm sure he's got something to say for himself.
Lewis McGrillen, first of all, let me keep that left hand where I can see it. I don't want it touching me. You did exactly what you said you were going to do. You got it done, and you got it done quick. Tell me how you thought about this fight as it was developing.
But Coach Carl says, stay calm and have fun in there, man. We don't want to go crazy angry. Sin is the kill. My anger is a gift. And if I use it wisely, I can achieve great things. And that's what I just did in here. Use it wisely.
You did use it wisely. Let's talk about the multitude of attacks that you unleashed. You went downstairs to the body, off-balanced them with that. You were threatening with the uppercut. Did you know that the straight left was going to be the punch that put him away?
I knew I'd knock him out, but I've got so much in my arsenal. If it's there, it's there, and it was just there. And night.
So you improved to 7-0 as a professional mixed martial artist. You're 22 years of age. And the question is, what is next for Lewis McGrillen?
Who knows anything. I'm ready for anything. But I'll just say the kid knocked out the man, and that's just more to come.
When would you like to get back inside a PFL Smart Cage next?
Anytime. I'm just going to have a week chilling, eating, being a bit of a fat shit, excuse me language. And I'm to be fair, I'm back in Monday. I actually am. I want to, I swear, I promise, pinky promise. Yeah, but yeah, I'm ready.
Still undefeated. Lewis McGrillen, ladies and gentlemen.
That kid's got infectious energy. He just believes in himself. He believes in the skills that he's got, the composure that he showed. His coach Carl Prince there telling him, go in there and have fun. Be technical in there. You know, you don't want to get wound up, and you know that young excitement can burn you out very quickly. When you've got big power in your hands like that, you can have a tendency to overthrow if you're overconfident. But he showed composure. This whole arena was ready to see him deliver something special, and he did exactly that.
22 years of age, to have 7 pro fights and all the experience that he's already got, and that composure, it's just a limitless future for somebody like that, right? The bantamweight division is certainly tough. There's a lot of talent in this division, but if he continues the trajectory that he's on right now, what does he look like at 25 years of age, 28 years of age? I'm of the opinion that 28 is about when you really hit your athletic prime. He's still 6 years shy of that, and he's already undefeated and has that kind of power and that kind of composure. The calm in the storm, the pressure, he handles it, he embraces it, he loves it. He cuts a promo like he's a WWE wrestler. I mean, come on.
I know, right? And you've got to think, you know, that's a good night for this gym as well. That's currently 2-0. We had Louis Lee Scott with a 21-second knockout from the same gym. Training partners, similar weight class. They're going to rise up together. Dakota Ditchova sharing the mats with them at Manchester Top Team. You've got to think that gym is going to go from strength to strength. They might be 3-0 by the end of the night.
Yeah, unbelievable. And, you know, it's a tired adage, but we use it because it actually is the truth. Iron sharpens iron, right? When you're in the gym with people who have the same goals you have, who are developing the skills that you also need to develop, you make one another better. And that's why leagues like this are so important, because you identify the talent when it's young and you help it to develop, and you make sure that the matches that are in front of somebody like Lewis McGrillen, who, to remind everyone, that's not a league fight, okay? That's not part of the regular season playoffs and championship. That's a showcase bout. So Lewis McGrillen can go back to the drawing board. Not a lot of mistakes to take from this film and do the tape study and say, oh, you screwed this up, because it was a pretty flawless performance. But they'll find something and they'll let him develop, and they'll give him a tougher matchup next time.
And the other thing that's going overlooked as well is he should have fought already by now. When he arrived at Fight Week this week at the hotel, he was the 3rd fight of the night. He'd be done and in the back with a snack by now. But he's out here carrying this event. You know, he's right before the co-main event. The whole stadium was on its feet. He just took that pressure in his stride. For 22 years old, I don't think I could have done that at that point in my career, and he just commanded the moment.
Well, it's one of the things that's special about this generation of mixed martial artists. At 22 years old, Dan Hardy, I foolishly thought that my future was still in American football, right? At 22 years old, I had not yet made the transition to be a martial artist or a mixed martial artist. This kid's been training for years. He's been developing those skills for years. Stephan, he's been developing that left hand, which is clearly a gift from God, for years.
Let's not forget also how fast he got back up after the single takedown that Kulikan landed. Technically perfect, got his legs back under him, his hips back, and he was back to chasing the knockout. So this kid has got it all.
I forgot we got some takedown defense. I was completely forgotten about that. Yeah, great takedown defense, great footwork. Another thing that we see from this camp, good defensive footwork to move them into positions where they can keep striking. So excited for this kid's future.
All right, so that's a showcase event, but tonight is really about the light heavyweights and the women's flyweights in the PFL Europe regular season. Our next regular season event will take place in Berlin on July 8th. From there, we'll go to the playoffs in Paris. That's on September 30th. And then Dublin will host the PFL Europe Championship on December 8th, where champions receive a $100,000 prize. We're going to take a look back at some of the action we've experienced throughout this incredible debut night for PFL Europe. Lewis Monarch and Oscar Owensworth, an incredible back and forth display of really technical striking, excellent strategic adjustments in this fight, and really Owensworth ekes out the decision by making those adjustments. And then not quite such a long fight in number 2.
21 seconds. Louis Lee Scott, look at this. Beautiful timing. Sam Robinson, been out for several years, wants to get back in the cage and make a big impression, but Louis Lee Scott was just too much. And we talk about hard fights. Scatizzi against Hafis. What a battle this was. Split decision win for Scatizzi. She moves through to the next bracket. But of course, Lizzie Havers, she's going to be disappointed, but she's going to be back. That was a great performance. Wow. Body shot, Sean O'Connell.
Yeah, credit to our cameraman for getting these amazing highlight shots of the digs to the body. Arami punches his ticket to the playoffs. And that was after he got hurt badly, if you remember in that fight. And this was another great fight between two women's flyweights. Very back and forth action in this one.
It's amazing to see that knockdown and think to yourself, well, Cornelia Holm was able to claw this fight back into her domain and win a decision. She's got to be incredibly proud of herself working through that kind of adversity against a very, very tough, and lovely little kick.
That's one of my favorite moments in the PFL because that was 3 seconds from the end of the fight. She could have just stood back up and been like, all right, I'm fine. But she was going for a finish even to the very end.
There was no standing back up from this knee, though. Bang, look at that, right up the center line. You see the mouth guard go flying across the canvas, and Salomon pouring on the pressure, punches his ticket to perform in Paris. Oh my goodness, what workout's going to be amazing.
Stefan Struve, that's not supposed to be a knockdown punch. That is a jab.
It was, though.
It was
the
incredible.
amount of power in his left hand coming from his handball background.
Yeah. And then here it is. Left hand is a bit of a theme in these last couple of fights. Look at this.
I wonder if Magritte played handball.
You know what was nice about that? You'll see in the replay, he turns his fist so it looks like it's coming as an uppercut.
Yeah.
He just feints it to try and get his opponent to level change before he fires it down the pipe. That kid is absolute fire. He's going to be fun to watch develop.
And Kulikan reacted exactly how he wanted, as you said. Show the uppercut, throw the left hand, and then the chin is there.
Still to come, our co-main and main events, Dakota Ditcheva, Malin Hermansson, little UK versus Sweden action, and then in the main event, Simeon Powell and Muhammad Amin will be facing the pressure of the last light heavyweight fight of the night with 3 finishes already under our belts. Backstage at Virtue Motors Arena in Newcastle, Dakota Ditcheva putting the final touches on a warm-up.
Interesting to see that she's working off of her back, getting back up. I think that's exactly what her opponent wants to be doing.
Preparing herself for the worst-case scenario, hoping that she doesn't get put in that position, presumably.
If she does get there, she's ready for it.
For a little bit more on this rising star, take a look.
Dakota Ditcheva, gotta watch out for her.
Just a phenomenal talent. She knows exactly where she wants to be. Just unbelievable speed and power.
a huge prospect at 125 pounds.
Let me tell you one thing. This hype train stops for nobody.
She's hurt to the body. That's it.
Rich Mitchell waves it off. That's a TKO victory.
So I got into combat sports obviously through my mum. She was a fighter when she was younger. She was world champion in that, so she was at a really high level. Yeah, I was fighting when I was 4 years old, which is super young. And then I had a break after that when I was 4.
People say to me, how do you watch her being a mum, you know, how do you watch her fight? But it's just because it's something so natural to me, it's okay. I know her ability, I've trained with her, I've sparred with her, I know what it feels like, and I would not like to be that person on the other side of it, to be honest. When she gets into the ring, she's just not got that empathy for the other person.
Hi, I'm Kayla. Dakota? Yeah. Welcome to ATT and PFL.
And looking at Kayla's career and, you know, her time in PFL, and to have a role model like that for me to look up to in my career now is like perfect for me. As my mum's always said, like, if it came down to it and you had to fight your friend, you would do it, and I probably would, and that is just who I am. Like, I can't help that. Once I get in that cage, it doesn't really matter who you are, I'm going to do the job that I'm in there to do, and that's it.
Getting ready to walk out, Dakota Ditcheva. We just talked about the hype train that's behind Lewis McGrillen. I mean, this is someone who's only 2 years older than Lewis McGrillen. She's 7-0 like McGrillen is. And someone who's already making the adjustments and the sacrifices. You saw she's willing to leave the comfort zone. She's willing to move across an ocean to go train at a place where she has partners who can test her every single day. And then she comes back home, and what does she have? More of the same.
More of the same. She's surrounded by people that are going to push her and keep her improving. And because she's got such a strong skill set in Muay Thai, adding that grappling to her game can be incremental. First of all, deal with takedown defense, then deal with escaping and sub-defense. Then you can start bolting on your own aggressive grappling skills. She can build into this career. 6-0, 7-0. She's got a bright future ahead of her, but Malin Hermansson's going to test that ground game today.
And when you talk, Stefan Struve, about knowing that the hurdles and knowing what's in front of you, her mother was a world champion in combat sports, so you don't even have to leave your own house to get the best advice out there.
You get home after training and you're still watching tape.
Dakota Ditcheva, Malin Hermansson, our last season fight in the women's flyweight division tonight here in Newcastle, England.
Making their way to the cage, fighting out of the blue corner, Malin Hermansson.
Stefan Struve made this point earlier. When you're that successful in split decisions, it means there's a dog in you.
Yep.
That when the fight is really down to it, you're willing to bite down and make something happen. She's competed all over the world in big-time organizations before. But she's looking to get off a losing streak, as hungry as she's ever been in her pro mixed martial arts career.
And it's worth noting one of those split decision wins is over Cornelia Holm, who's already progressed to the next round. We might be seeing a rematch in Hermansson's future with an old foe who pushed her to one of those split decisions.
Look, Hermansson has seen all the attention Dakota Ditcheva is getting, but she told us she doesn't mind at all.
Actually, all the pressure is on her. I don't think some people don't even know who I am. They don't know about my background. They don't know about my fight. I'm just going under the radar, and I like that. I would say she underestimated me, and I'm here to beat her, and I'm going to do everything I can to do that.
Fighting out of the red corner, Dakota Ditcheva.
2-0 inside a PFL Smart Cage with 2 first-round finishes. In fact, 6 of her 7 career victories have come via knockout. Dakota Ditcheva wants to be the next big thing.
Look how calm and composed she is moving around the cage. It's almost like she knows what's going to happen.
You don't see prospects like her very often.
No.
The way she strikes.
Look, she's moving up the card. This is the co-main event, and she absolutely does notice the difference in a fight week when you're higher on the card.
I'm feeling, you know, loads of different emotions. I think it really hit home this week that there are a lot of people counting on me to, you know, go through to the next stage, to win this fight, to do the interviews. You know, I've still got to make way in the background, and you know, it's funny. Like, I'm honest, and I will say I have got a bit annoyed this week and a little bit frustrated, you know, about being pulled from different angles, and you know, it's the first time really that I've had this. But at the same time, it's kind of what I've wanted for so long. I might be frustrated now, but I'm sure I'll get used to that, and I'm just trying to, you know, learn as I go and soak it all in, and I just want to enjoy the experience as well.
Take a look at our tail of tape for this penultimate fight of the evening. Dakota Ditcheva, as I mentioned earlier, 24 years of age. Hermansson is 33. Ditcheva, the taller fighter, at 5'8" to 5'5" for the Swede. Both women weighed in under the flyweight limit. Reach advantage on arms and legs favoring Ditcheva. Andy Shepard, if you will.
The following is a PFL Europe regular season contest in the women's flyweight division and is our co-main event. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. She is a striking specialist and stands 5 feet 5 inches tall. She weighed in officially at 125.6 pounds and in 9 professional bouts has earned a record of 5 wins and 4 losses. Fighting out of Örebro, Sweden, Malin Herminator Hermansson. And her opponent, fighting out of the red corner. She is a Muay Thai specialist and stands 5 feet 8 inches tall. She weighed in officially at 125.5 pounds and holds a perfect professional record of 7 victories and no defeats. Fighting out of Manchester, England, dangerous Dakota Ditcheva. Your referee in charge, Rich Mitchell.
Rich Mitchell is equipped with the ref cam. Ditcheva in the red, Hermansson in the gray. No touch of the gloves, and we are underway in the co-main event here in Newcastle, England.
Movement and footwork early from Hermansson. She doesn't want her legs being chopped into by Dakota too early. She has got good head movement, but that can only solve problems with boxing. There's one of those leg kicks early.
It's a good way to deal with the leg kicks, making her miss. It's going to take a lot of energy to keep this up, though.
Hard inside low kick there from Dakota. Hermansson yet to open up.
Ditcheva very willing to switch stances, as we've seen a couple times already. Here's a clinch now. We've seen this big dividends for Dakota Ditcheva in the past. Pressing Hermansson against the cage.
Do we have Dakota trying to work for a takedown here, or is she just trying to work for frames so she can knee? She's using good head position at the moment.
Beautiful knee.
Brought that knee all the way up over the shoulder. Another nasty knee to the body. You heard the crowd from Hermansson.
This is where you don't want to be against Ditcheva. Her knees are very nasty.
Those knees to the head come from nowhere.
We saw her finish
in this exact
position.
Beautiful knee to the body in that finish.
The timing on her knees is different. She creates just a little bit of space. And not ready at that point. Beautiful takedown.
Excellent work. Ditcheva just put her right leg behind the hips of Malin Hermansson, pulled her right back and into side control.
Some good top control here from Dakota. Might be a shock to the system for Hermansson. May not have been expecting this kind of fight. The strong side control position for Dakota, trying to pacify her opponent here, who's still trying to escape.
Trying to move into full mount. Good defense so far from Hermansson.
Using that head position well. Good pressure, staying around the knees. Hermansson looking to invert here, trying to get herself back into an attacking position. Great movement by Dakota. Footwork on the feet, footwork on the ground. It's transferable.
I like seeing this from Ditcheva. I like seeing the growth in her game. We all know she can strike, but seeing more grappling for her is promising for the future.
And it would be a real statement if she's the only flyweight that gets the finish on the night.
You know, we had 2 split decisions earlier in the night in the flyweight division.
She's looking for a crucifix, it seems like.
She's also got the option to attack that arm around the back of her head. She's got Americana threats there. Oh yeah, there we go. She's trying to slide over that near side bicep, but Hermansson's got a wrap around her head right now. She's not going to do much with it, but she might be able to bridge and roll her over. If Dakota gets her hips too high here, she could be susceptible to being rolled. You can see the redness from that inside low kick already.
Okay, you've got to get busy here. You've got to show me something.
Oh, there we go. The arm's pinned.
Good job from Hermansson rolling into her.
Hermansson looking to scramble.
She's got it. That's the under the chin.
Beautiful.
American choke.
Victory for Dakota Ditcheva.
What a statement.
A rear naked choke from the Thai boxer. So impressive. New levels to her game each time. 8-0, undefeated. The only flyweight so far to progress with a finish. What a beautiful performance that was. Shock to the system for Malin Hermansson, who was surely expecting a striking exchange. Dakota comes out, uses that strong clinch to push her against the fence, works that circle trip takedown, finds herself in side control, and then patient work from the top position until Hermansson felt there was a moment to scramble, and she gave her back. What beautiful evolution we're seeing in the game of dangerous Dakota Ditcheva.
I mean, dangerous is the right nickname because right in front of our broadcast position, she had Hermansson pressed against the cage. And you see the viciousness of the knees. You see the multiple angles that those knees come up from. And then your opponent, thinking you have to survive this onslaught, has no thought that she's about to be taken down to the mat. And that's exactly what Dakota Ditcheva did. Progresses to a dominant position.
There it is, great movement, great position of her legs as well to make sure she's not getting tangled up. She sinks it in with no hooks, just drives the hips in, and then the hook goes in, the top hook. Beautiful finish, and now we can see the emotion coming out of Dakota. The pressure that she was carrying into the cage tonight.
Look at the way Hermansson's arm is trapped behind her back. No chance.
I was just going to say that she beautifully isolated the arm from Hermansson, so she could only fight back with one arm, and fighting a rear naked choke with only one arm, it's a very tough task, but scary thought for every single flyweight on the planet that a striker like her is showing so much development in her ground game. What a finish.
She's got surprises to her game now. The rest of the flyweights are going to have to really do their research. What do they prepare for now? She's a grappler as well.
And there's Bob the former world champion. Like mother, like daughter, undefeated so far. 8-0 now in a professional mixed martial arts career. We send it in to Andy Shepard to make it official.
Referee Rich Mitchell has called a halt to the contest at 3 minutes and 52 seconds of round number 1. Declaring your winner due to submission via a rear naked choke, Dangerous Dakota Ditcheva!
You can see how much it means for her to get this win here in Newcastle.
All right, Dakota Ditcheva, submission victory from the striker, the kickboxer. Well, I'm not going to interrupt while you celebrate with Mom. I mean, come on. All right, still undefeated, but let's talk about the way that you got this one done. Nasty work in the clinch, and then you pull her back over your leg for the trip and the takedown, landing right inside control. From the very beginning of this fight, did you want to showcase your ground skills?
Yeah, I really did, and I came out and I did it tonight, and I'm very proud of myself for that.
You should be proud. Incredible high-level finish. She scrambles to try and get out, and you pin the arm behind her back. She can't defend the rear naked choke. You cinch it in. Incredible work. Tell me how you're feeling right now.
I'm happy, you know. This week's been a lot. This is the first time that I've felt like, well, it's the first time I've carried a show like this, co-main event. I am only 24, not been in the MMA game too long. It was a lot of pressure this week, a lot of new emotions, but I've enjoyed every second, and to come out and get the win again and show that I'm not just a striker in these flyweights. You need to be careful.
All right, well, let's talk about that. Let's talk about this flyweight division, because we saw 2 great fights earlier in your division, split decision victories. I know you're sitting back there assessing the competition. How do you feel like it stacks up to this point?
I mean, fair play, the girls are coming and giving it their all, but you get split decision wins. Like, you need to bring a bit more than that if you want to try and knock me out of this competition, because that's not going to work.
How does Paris in September sound?
I'm excited, but I feel a little bit sorry for the one that's going to face me next.
Dakota Ditcheva, ladies and gentlemen, still undefeated.
Well, Stefan Struve, how you doing, man?
I'm great. What a performance by Dakota Ditcheva, man. What a prospect she is.
She's
Striking.
unbelievable. She is unbelievable. And listen, I'm just here to partly take over for the great Sean O'Connell, but she might have just taken over the game in PFL Europe. Wow.
She may be the biggest prospect in the flyweight division worldwide. What she just shown is incredible.
I can't, Dan, you have to talk to me about what I just saw. I'm sitting here with you guys thinking, all right, Muay Thai specialist, head kicks coming, knees up the middle, and we get the rear naked choke.
Unbelievable, right? And as soon as she clinched, I thought to myself, surely she's just going to hold a knee and keep working that midsection of the head. But she had another alternative plan. She knew that she was going to get this fight to the floor. We saw glimpses backstage, and you must have seen it as well, working those ground positions.
Yes.
It looks like she followed her game plan to a textbook key. She moved one position to the next, got a beautiful takedown, and was able to progress steadily to that rear naked choke. No hooks in as well.
Unbelievable stuff. The way to pin the arm. Listen, guys, this is what you get when you shine a light on MMA in Europe. I'm telling you now, there is no other place that you're going to find action that we've seen all night like PFL Europe. And again, this isn't just winning for the crowd, the nice pop, everything here for people like Dakota Ditcheva, but it's also for $100,000 and a chance to move on to Paris. Listen, I want to go to Paris. Stefan, can you come with me, man?
I'm ready. I'm coming.
It's unbelievable, Dan. Talk to me about just the growth that we're seeing. This is what we told people for years. This is what you told people for years. MMA in Europe taking it to a new level.
This is what we're here to do. We've seen the talent that we've got on the PFL roster right now. We're going to continue to discover this talent, but this is the tip of the spear. Dakota Ditcheva, Simeon Powell, if he can get the job done against Muhammad Amin, the local guys, Lewis McGrillen, Louis Lee Scott. We have superstars coming through the ranks, and we are creating a platform here in Europe for all those young fighters to show themselves.
Now, Stefan, when you're watching Simeon warm up here, he's in the main event.
Yep.
I want you to talk to me about this young talent that we are about to watch. Not just Simeon, but we're about to see Mo Amin as well.
Yeah.
Simeon Powell here to put on a show for the people.
Two very promising fighters in his light heavyweight division, which has been fired tonight. Simeon Powell, very elusive. A lot of finishes on his record, but he has never faced a kickboxer like Mo Amin before. So it's going to be very interesting to see how he's going to deal with that. Is he going to take Amin down maybe? Because we haven't really seen that in his game yet. But it's going to be very interesting to see how it's going to play out.
Dan, talk to me about this moment. We've waited for it all night. Main event, you set these two down face to face. You can feel that tension. And the winner of this sets themselves up as that #1 seed heading in to Paris. What's on the line for these two guys?
Well, everything's on the line. They've seen the division that they're in. These light heavyweights are starching one another with single shots. But of course, this is the showcase bout of this division. We expect big things from Simeon or Muhammad Amin. This is by no means a walkover fight. Simeon's going to have to dig deep to beat Muhammad Amin. But if he moves forward, he's living up to the expectations. And for me this week, he's grown into his confidence. When we did the last word, neither of them budged on their own confidence. They were stalwart in their position, eye contact, locked into one another. But for me, Simeon just he arrived at a new level of confidence this week. When he was sitting back, he was like, you're a poser, you're an Instagram guy. I'm a mixed martial artist. He feels very confident and a little bit insulted that Mo Amin's still kickboxing aside from his MMA career.
Well, talk to me about Mo Amin, right? We've been talking all week about Simeon Powell. We've said, listen, the brights are lightest when you're at home. If you're Mo Amin, you can pull a massive upset here. Talk to me about what he's got to do tonight.
You know, it's a huge opportunity for Muhammad Amin. He's 5-1 in his career. He is a world-class kickboxer. And when he lets his strikes fly, he can do damage to anybody. He's going to chop into that lead leg over and over again, and that will start opening up other opportunities for him. Muhammad Amin is a very, very formidable test for Simeon Powell, which is why I feel like we're going to see Simeon push into other areas of the MMA game.
Well, gentlemen, we've had an amazing night of fights. I was sitting right here when I watched Louis McGrillen starch the left hand down the pipe. Talk to me about the talent we've just seen tonight. Stru, I want to talk to you, Stefan, about what we've seen here and what we're potentially going to see from the biggest fights we've had tonight.
Every single fight has delivered. There were close fights that the judges couldn't even figure out. A lot of different scorecards because they were so close. Every single light heavyweight fight has ended in a finish. And to be honest with you, I really expect the main event of tonight also to end in a finish.
Well, as we are set for our main event, it's time. It is time to see Simeon Powell and Mo Amin. But first, it is taking a look at Simeon Powell. Let's see what he's got for us in this main event.
Simeon Powell fight is explosive.
Oh, huge right hand.
It's fun to watch.
Here from Simeon Powell. Wow.
You never know how I'm going to finish the fight.
Wow. Simeon Powell face plants Clinton Williams.
Simeon Powell, I'm 7-0, and I fight in the light heavyweight division. It's just a massive opportunity for us fighters, especially young up-and-coming fighters, to be on a platform like this and showcase our talent. It's just amazing. Obviously, it's just a bit more added pressure because you've got a fat paycheck at the end of it, but I embrace moments like this.
What do British fighters do best in MMA?
I think we just love a scrap, don't we? Like, being around London, like, everyone loves to watch a fight, and I think it's just in us, we love a fight.
Simeon Powell is really piecing him up right now.
My family support me. They've supported me from day one. They've been at most of my fights. My mum is my biggest supporter. She does more research on my opponents than me. And yeah, everyone gets behind me and I'm just grateful for it.
Simeon Powell now putting on a bit of a clinic.
Yeah, I'm definitely the bigger man and yeah, he's gonna feel that in the cage. He thinks he's a nightmare matchup for me. I think he's absolutely delusional, but it's still going to be exciting, and I think I'll do it in one, if I'm truly honest. He's just unaware of my full skill set.
Oh, there's a big jab. That right hand. Oh boy.
Simeon Powell's not going to let up.
It's going to be explosive. I'm going to get through this season. I'm going to smash through every single opponent this year and make my financial situation better, improve that, and yeah, and just reinvest it into myself so I can then go on and smash everyone in America as well.
Well, gentlemen, I appreciate the time. Thank you. But the man himself, the legend, Sean O'Connell, he's going to come back and take over for me. Sean, I did my best, man. I did my best. I appreciate the time.
You don't mess around with the light heavyweight champ, Wade.
Do you guys want to explain to me what you just allowed to happen here? I love this job. You're trying to give it away?
He is dressed sharp, though, right?
Oh, my gosh. Love me some Wade Clem. It's all right. If someone's going to fill in, I'm okay with it being him. All right. Look, main event. We got Mohammed, Simeon Powell. You guys were just talking about it. My number one question here, do we see another finish? But yes. I'm projecting out to my division in the PFL. I'm a former light heavyweight champion in this weight class. I want to know if Simeon Powell and Mohammed can compete when we invite an eventual champion to fight Rob Wilkinson and Thiago Santos and the likes of those individuals. If you're going to prove it, you got to start proving it tonight. 3 5-minute rounds at 205 pounds. Our main event for our first ever PFL Europe contest. One half of the main event right there, Muhammad Amin. Decorated kickboxer, and as we have made the point several times tonight, still 1 foot in the kickboxing world. He's got a kickboxing match lined up for 6 weeks from now. I don't know how you prepare for both at the same time. I don't know how you manage that training camp. I leave that to you, Dan Hardy, to answer. Can you do both at once?
You know, I think you can do both at once, absolutely. But also, your attention is divided. Now, Muhammad Amin, of course, he knows he's coming into this fight, and it's a mixed martial arts bout. But he's fighting someone who is a prolific striker, so there might be a little bit of hope on Muhammad Amin's side that this is going to be a striking match, which is his wheelhouse. But, of course, we've also seen him working with Renier Derrida. We've got Gegard Mousasi working with him. So you know he's getting wrestled, he's getting taken down, he's getting grappled all the time. But maybe he was watching in the back, maybe he saw Dakota Ditcheva take her opponent down and choke her out, and he might be thinking, hang on, Simeon Powell might be trying to take me down in this one. There might be some last-minute nerves, Sean O'Connell, on the face of Muhammad Amin right now. Or that might just be supreme confidence that he knows he's going to get the knockout.
Well, one thing that I think it's important to note, Simeon Powell has been so tall and so long relative to all of his previous opponents. We're going to take a look at a tail of the tape pretty soon here. But Muhammad Amin did not weigh in at the light heavyweight max, so he's not the heaviest guy. But he is tall. He's maybe an inch shorter than Simeon Powell. I don't know what they're listed at, but they were looking eye to eye on stage when you were standing between them yesterday. He's got long arms. He's got long legs. This is a guy that I think might be able to manage distance a little bit better than some of the past opponents Simeon Powell has had to deal with. And those are the puzzles you need to learn to solve as you develop throughout your career. Simeon Powell's 24 years of age, just like Dakota Ditcheva is. He's 7-0, just like Dakota Ditcheva was when she walked into the cage tonight. He's trying to improve that undefeated record. And I think from a striking standpoint, certainly the toughest test of his career. Does he even allow it to be a striking test, though, Stefan?
Yeah, I'm very curious to see if he's going to take the fight to the ground, because Mohamed has got the weapons to take away one of his best weapons, his elusiveness. If Mohamed is going to chop down those legs, take away the movement, we're going to see an entire different scenario than Powell has ever had to deal with. So it's going to be very interesting to see how it's going to play out.
And look at the wingspan on this kid. Look how wide his shoulders are as well, right?
He's got such long arms, such long legs. So the height difference isn't very much, but his arms and legs are much longer than Amin's.
Yeah.
Making his way to the cage, fighting out of the blue corner, Mohamed Amin.
Four of his 5 mixed martial arts wins are by knockout. Many more in the kickboxing world. We know all about that Dutch kickboxing tradition. Some of the real greats in the striking world of mixed martial arts have come from that background. Muhammad Amin trying to add his name to that list. This man has a kickboxing fight scheduled in just a few weeks. And Simeon Powell has made it an issue, but Muhammad says it's just a little misunderstanding.
It's something really Dutch. We used to fight like 10 times a year. I even had my 4 pro MMA fights in 3.5 months. So it's just something Dutch. I mean, other people don't understand it. They don't understand a lot about Dutch people. So we spar hard, we fight hard. We don't care who's the opponent is. This is the cab driver, is the #1. We don't give a We're gonna get knocked out. This is our mindset. That's why we're different.
And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, Simeon Powell.
7 wins, 6 of those finishes, 4 in the first round, 3-0 in the PFL. Challenger Series wins, Showcase wins. He's been part of the organization for about a year now, but never on this stage. Smooth Simeon Powell.
He is loving this moment as well. Big smile on his face. What a moment to be walking out, main event of your own show, knowing full well that there's high expectations of you, and rightly so. Rightly so.
Not just that, but also another step towards $100,000. A lot on the line tonight for these guys.
This is his first major main event, and Simeon Powell has felt the difference this week.
As the main event fighter, I've taken on more responsibility with the media and going to certain events here. There's a lot of media obligations and extra things I have to do, but I'm embracing it all, and it's just part of the journey. I'm not looking at it as something that will weigh me down almost. Like, I've taken it all on board, and I'll just do what I have to do in the cage.
Let's take a look at our main event tail of the tape. Simeon Powell, 24 years of age. Muhammad Amin, 27. Powell listed at 6'5" to Muhammad Amin, 6'3". I already mentioned the weight difference. Powell just shy of the 205-pound limit. Muhammad Amin came in light. A 10-inch reach advantage listed here for Simeon Powell. 85-inch wingspan and a long leg at 47 inches. Both of those, of course, favoring the fighter out of the UK. Dan Hardy, what are the keys to victory here?
Well, for Muhammad Amin, you know, he's got to throw combinations of strikes. He's got to attack with low kicks and disable that lead leg. And, of course, defend the takedowns. For Simeon Powell, counter kicks with punches. Use those long arms. Check the knees in the clinch as well. We know that's where his strength is. And also test his ground game. I expect Simeon to shift gears in this one, just like we saw from Dakota.
Andy Shepherd, one more time in Newcastle.
The following is a PFL Europe regular season contest in the light heavyweight division and is our main event. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a kickboxing specialist and stands 6 feet 3 inches tall. He won it officially at 203.6 pounds and holds a professional record of 4 victories and a single defeat. Fighting out of Amsterdam, Netherlands, Mohammed Amin! And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, he is a striking specialist and stands 6'5" tall. He weighed in officially at 205.8 pounds and holds a perfect professional record of 7 victories and not a single defeat. Fighting out of London, England, Smooth Simeon Powell. Your referee in charge, Mark Goddard.
Okay, gents, you understand the rules you find. They're listing it all times. Keep yourself protected. When I say stop, you stop. If you want to touch, do it now. God bless.
Mark Goddard equipped with the ref cam. Dan Hardy, Sean O'Connell, Stefan Struve beside the PFL Smart Cage. The inaugural main event of PFL Europe in the regular season here at Virtu Motors Arena in Newcastle. Amin in the gray, Simeon Powell in the blue. 3 light heavyweight finishes so far on the evening. Perhaps another one here.
Both of these guys want the center. Maybe it's just for bragging rights at the moment, but they're both trying to hold their ground.
Powell is looking much bigger today.
Muhammad Amin looks like he's waiting for Simeon so he can counter, which is making Simeon a little bit anxious at the moment. Simeon keeps feinting with that rear hip.
Simeon knows very well the kind of power Amin has.
I wonder if Simeon's showing that rear leg to make Muhammad Amin circle towards his lead hand. Oh!
Nice right hand. So a couple stiff jabs there from Simeon Powell.
Oh, takedown!
There we go. There's the shot from Simeon Powell.
Looks like he's got his hands together. Muhammad Amin could be going to the canvas here as Simeon Powell's able to drag him off the fence and put him on the floor.
Taking his time.
Into the half guard of Muhammad Amin, Simeon Powell. Strong start.
So far in his past fights, Amin has found a way back up to his feet, but he has never faced anybody as good as Simeon Powell on the ground.
And we've seen Simeon Powell do this before his PFL career, take his opponent down, take the back in a scramble and work that rear naked choke. It could be on the cards today, especially if Muhammad Amin scrambles without the technical abilities to get himself safely.
Amin does a good job staying calm. He's not panicking here. He's not giving anything away so far to Powell.
Doing a good job of locking down any offense that Powell's trying to mount here from this half guard position. Just squeezing down on the neck, isolating that left arm. Simeon Powell's got to keep the right arm in the underhook position in order to keep Muhammad Amin flat.
Powell's trying to create space to land strikes.
Simeon might always wrap the neck. He might look to clear his right leg here so he's clear of the guard.
Amin is trying to sit up against the fence.
Muhammad Amin needs to let go with his left arm. It's not helping him.
The Needs to go in front. Look for the wrist for Powell. Good job from Amin getting back up, but Powell does have the back.
Simeon with a single hook in now. He's going to try and drag his opponent back towards him, but Muhammad Amin's doing a good job of trying to keep his shoulders more square to the fence. Going to make it difficult.
A forward mat return there for Powell, but Amin right back. Much better, stronger, wider base here for Muhammad Amin. Powell goes to work with some big knees to the thigh.
He's out up, he's hurt.
And they will deaden your legs as well, take away your footwork. You'd see Muhammad Amin switch his stance, which made that front table a little bit easier for Muhammad Amin, for Simeon Powell to get on Amin. Looking for the wrist control now to break his opponent down again.
He's got a wrist right. Let's see if he can get it towards Amin's body and really put his weight down on him.
We might see Simeon try and free that left hand so we can uncork some strikes here.
Good defense from Amin so far.
Simeon Powell's in the full mount with plenty of time to work. A full minute to go.
Big strikes from Simeon Powell.
Amin has struggled here in the past.
He's bucking, but he's got to do more than that to prove that he's defending himself intelligently.
Is Muhammad Amin going to use the fence to walk up here? Could he bridge himself off the fence?
We got 45 seconds left for Powell. Big right.
Amin seems composed here under pressure, but he doesn't seem to have answers for this mount position.
He's got to get his legs back into this fight. 30 seconds just under for Muhammad Amin. Simeon Powell, some nasty shots to the body. Muhammad Amin trying to throw strikes to the face of Simeon Powell.
Seems like Amin is going to survive this round, though.
I think you're right, Stefan Struve. This final flurry is enough to put Muhammad Amin away. There's the final clap, and the bell to come.
Striking back from Mount Bottoms is never a good sign, though.
We'll see round number 2 next.
Amin didn't show any knowledge on how to get back out of mount.
We're in a commercial. British heavyweight icon returns to the ring next Saturday as Anthony Joshua begins a new dawn against Jermaine Franklin. Watch exclusively live as part of your DAZN subscription. No pay-per-view. Muhammad Amin found himself in the mount but was able to survive. I should say found himself mounted by Simeon Powell. Was able to survive the first round. Simeon Powell in the blue.
Amin's ready to go.
Ready to go.
Our Goddard separates, and we're back to the action here. Main event in the light heavyweight division. Calf kick there from Muhammad Amin.
That's what we want to see more of from him.
Simeon Powell set up a shot in the first round. We'll see if he tries to get back to that after not being able to finish. Instead, he goes to work on the lead leg.
Powell's got to be careful leaning backwards like that, because Amin's got the reach to come over the top. Unlike some of the past opponents from Simeon Powell.
Steadily chipping away at that lead leg is Simeon Powell. Muhammad Amin's going to look to return in a moment with the long arms of Simeon Powell. And did you see that little shake out of the arms there from Amin? Arms could be feeling heavy after that grappling in the first round.
Powell's waiting for a reaction from Amin. Looking to go to the takedown again, probably.
Simeon Powell continues to work on that lead leg. A hook and a straight right from Amin, both miss.
Great footwork by Simeon Powell. Oh, a nice jab. Again with the jab.
Simeon's just not really giving Muhammad Amin anything to counter. You know, he's throwing single shots, he's covering his low kicks well, he's doubling them, tripling them.
Beautiful right hand, very long from Simeon Powell. Snap the head back for Muhammad Amin.
And another level change.
Back
Big
to
drive.
it. He's got his hands closed. He's taking his time. He's going to lift him up again and put him back on his back.
3 minutes to go in this round. Simeon Powell in a decent position here to finish this takedown by the look of it from where we are.
When you got to work, you can't hold. Let's work.
Needs to get his hips towards Samin. Good job.
Elevating the legs, making it difficult for Muhammad Amin to get back to his feet. Looks like Powell's going to recycle this takedown again. Hands together.
Better position defensively for Muhammad Amin, but Simeon Powell is still able to get him down and right back into the mount position.
Half a round to go as well. It's a long time to be stuck in mount. And what we didn't see from Amin in the first round was any method to escape the mount position. Simeon Powell might feel like he can work here now for another 2 minutes plus. Keep chipping away. That's 2 rounds in the bag if that's the case.
One of the things Amin could do is get on his side, push on the knee from Powell, but he's not showing any knowledge to escape from full mount here.
Big shots around the side of the arm there. A little bridge there from Muhammad Amin. He's not chaining his attempts together though.
Wrist right.
Oh, here we go.
And now Simeon Powell tries to snake the arm around the neck.
Get back on top. If you're not happy, get back on top.
Good coaching from Ashley Grimshaw in the corner. If you're not happy with the attack, get back on top. Looks like he's got it. Oh, he's lost the jaw.
Good work from Amin.
Amin had to turn away from it.
Watch the fingers, Simeon. Stop. Listen. Watch the fingers, please, okay? Keep your hand closed around. Ready? No. No, he did it. Put the gum shield back in. Put the gum shield back in. I say, fight.
Mark Goddard taking control.
Big right hand from Simeon Powell.
On the restart, Simeon Powell pistons the right hand down into the jaw of Muhammad Amin.
Amin's got a chin on him, though.
Right, he's taking shot. You know, that's that kickboxing composure, though.
Yep.
He's used to being struck at, so he's not flustered in this position where other people may be. If he had mount escapes, I would feel like he'd be able to work his way out of it because of that calmness that he's got.
Keep going. You've got the position.
I want to see Powell throw more strikes, though. He's throwing 2 or 3 strikes and he's stopping.
These are big, powerful shots from Simeon Powell, though.
Muhammad Amin threw a little baby elbow, which is illegal in the PFL, and it upset Simeon Powell, who started to go to work with those hooks around the guard.
20 seconds. If you take it, take it out. Work on, triangle, say, let's go.
Great work here from Simeon Powell. We need to see Muhammad Amin get on his side, start elbow knee escaping, start trying. Oh, he's scrambling here, but look at that clamp on the legs of Simeon Powell. Now looks for a gift round into an arm triangle. Beautiful work.
He's got enough time.
Can he get it? Can he get it?
That's tight.
I mean, he's going to sit it out. He's going to make it till the end of the round.
Round 3 survives.
Technical submission. A technical submission for Simeon Powell.
What a finish from Simeon Powell.
Wow. He gave that squeeze everything. And when the bell rang at the end of the round, he let go of the submission. And Muhammad Amin was asleep on the canvas. Technical submission. Beautiful work.
5 minutes into round number 2, Simeon Powell sleeps Muhammad Amin with the arm triangle.
And you've got to think the seconds that he had left, you've got to think how tight that squeeze must have been to get him to go to sleep in, what, 8 seconds?
We'll take a look at the replay, but that's like an American rodeo. 8 seconds is all you need, baby.
I love how he went from the gift wrap into the arm triangle. Beautiful work by Simeon Powell.
Really nice sequence that was.
Yep.
Professionalism from these two guys. They have supreme respect for one another. They know what's on the line here and what this means to get the victory. Muhammad Amin wishing him luck. Let's have a look at this replay. Beautiful arm triangle. You can see the right knee wedged into the hip. Big squeeze towards the point when he goes to sleep. He's out there. The bell's going to ring.
Oh, man.
And he's out.
I mean, it was a 1 second. Not quite saved by the bell.
Unbelievable.
It's what I always teach in my class. 4 to 6 seconds, and that's it.
Slow, steady squeeze from Smooth Simeon Powell. Delivers on the big occasion that was given to him by the PFL. PFL Europe 1 headliner. Smooth Simeon Powell, the striking sensation, finishes with an arm triangle.
Oh, very nice methodical performance, man. Great
It's a
job.
theme. Undefeated British strikers with submission victories. What's happening here?
Maybe I've got submissions I don't even know about, Sean O'Connell. Maybe I didn't even realize I can grapple, but these guys are proving me wrong here.
I think
Two strikers.
This is for the young people.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. A well-rounded game from Simeon Powell, as we would expect from the GB top team camp. Ashley Grimshaw, Brad Pickett in the corner.
And let me tell you something. In this PFL Europe light heavyweight season, you better damn well bring a full skill set because we got 4 finishes in 4 fights.
Amazing.
Nasty talent.
Amazing. I cannot wait for Paris. We've got Berlin before that.
That's right, we
Lightweights
do.
and bantamweights, 2 more weight classes. My goodness.
Simeon Powell inside the smart cage celebrating. Dan Hardy, Sean O'Connell, and Stefan Struve cage side to tell you about the Cageonomics stats here. Simeon Powell successful with his takedowns. I don't know if we saw 6 of them, but he scored on the 2 that were important. And he landed some impressive ground strikes that ultimately forced Muhammad Amin to give him that submission.
I wonder if Amin heard that 10-second clapper and thought he can hold on here for 10 seconds.
I think that's exactly what happened.
8 seconds left, he's snoozing.
Okay, we're going to take a comparison look again, all right? 10 seconds left. You hear the clap. Bang, bang, bang. Simeon Powell starts to set this up. Listen to the bell. If you go back 1 second before that, the eyes roll back. Simeon Powell celebrating. Andy Shepard will make this official.
Referee Mark Goddard calls an end to this contest at the end of round number 2, declaring your winner via technical submission, Smooth Simeon Powell.
All right, Simeon Powell, submission victory. Not the first in your pro mixed martial arts career, your 3rd submission. You improved to 8-0, but let's talk about the way that this fight developed. We saw you take him down and mount him in the 1st round. He was able to survive. You took him down and mounted him in the 2nd round. Was it always the game plan to display your wrestling, your ability to work on the ground?
Yeah, no, I've been working. Since you last saw me in August, I ain't left the gym and all I've done is work on my game, and you're just seeing all the work I put in, honestly.
I want to talk about the submission finish because you hear the 10-second clapper. Instead of just maintaining position, finishing the round on top, you jump on that arm triangle, you gift wrap, you jump on the arm triangle, and you squeeze. Did you really feel you had an opportunity to put him out on such short time?
I'm not gonna lie, yeah. I thought he survived, but I saw he was out, boy. He was snoozing. I was like, yeah, man. I just got me a win bonus. Now I'm gonna party for real.
I think Newcastle might be the right place for a little post-fight party, but 4 light heavyweight fights here in PFL Europe, 4 finishes. You had the luxury of sitting back and watching. What do you think of this division?
Yeah, this division's exciting, but you're looking at the king. I'm the king. I'm taking that 100 grand. Do you know what I'm saying? So I don't give a but any of these boys done in the cage, like, I'm the star here. PFL know that. And you're gonna see in Paris.
Congratulations on remaining undefeated. We will see you in Paris.
Thank you, sir.
Smooth Simeon Powell. Dan, don't interrupt the dancing, Dan Hardy.
Beautiful performance here from Simeon Powell. I love how he went from the gift wrap into the arm triangle, and it was so tight. I mean, hurt the bell, but he couldn't survive and make it out of the round. All of the light heavyweights delivered tonight. Can't wait to see how this season is going to play out.
Stefan Struve, I echo the sentiment. I cannot wait to see how this season plays out, not only for the light heavyweights, for the women's flyweights, for lightweights and bantamweights. Here inside the Smart Cage with Dan Hardy, President of Fighter Operations for PFL Europe. Our first PFL Europe event, Dan Hardy. I don't think it could have gone any better.
It was incredible, wasn't it? An amazing arena, amazing performances. The women's flyweight, they came in and they battled hard for those decisions. Dakota smashed it out of the park, surprised everybody. The light heavyweights putting each other away, earning those positions in Paris. And Simeon Powell putting the icing on the cake at the end of the night and showing he's a well-rounded mixed martial artist. What an incredible night. What a momentous occasion for European mixed martial arts, for PFL Europe 1. I am so happy to be here. I'm so glad you could join us.
I'm so glad that you stayed on the broadcast desk, even though you are head of fighter operations here in Europe. Stefan Struve, incredible working with the skyscraper. Wade Plemons, unbelievable job doing backstage correspondence. The crew over here, the whole DAZN family. I am so happy to be part of PFL Europe. And don't forget, PFL regular season begins next week in Las Vegas. We got the featherweights and the light heavyweights. So much happening in the space of professional mixed martial arts with the Professional Fighters League. European fighters, there is now a path for you. It's not just win your fights and hope anymore. It's win, advance, move through the playoffs to a $100,000 championship, an invitation to the global stage where there's $1 million prize waiting at the end of that yellow brick road. PFL is changing the game in Europe, and this is just the first of all the regional leagues that are going to be popping up all over the world. Professional Fighters League is changing the way that fighters are scouted, how they're developed, how they're allowed to produce their talents and showcase their talents. I'm so happy to be part of it. I'm a little jealous that you get to be the head of operations over here in Europe.
It's a busy job. You can see the talent we've got around Europe. Berlin's next. We've got 2 weight classes. People qualifying, ready for the finals, ready for the semi-finals in Paris. Then we move along to Dublin. We've got 3 more events of PFL Europe. PFL Global. There are so many things going on. Make sure you check out the fights next week as well. Brendan Loughnane, looking forward to that one.
A little British bias there. Brendan Loughnane, Rob Wilkinson, Thiago Santos, Marlon Moraes. We just keep moving in the Professional Fighters League. Thank you to DAZN. Thank you to Newcastle. Thank you to Virtue Motorsports Arena. Everybody have an incredible night.